the O, the T, the E, the R, the S, the U, the P, the E, the R, the S, the H, the A, the R, the P, the S, the H, the O, the super, the chunk, the chucks. Check. I'm the fucking man who the legend equation, the stuff that equation, the stuff that it check. I'm the fucking man who the legend equation, the stuff that equation, the basic check. I'm the fucking man who the legend equation, the stuff that equation, the stuff that it check. I'm the fucking man who the legend. Super sharp shots, the S, the U, the P, the E, the R, the S, the H, the A, the R, the P, the S, the H, the O, the T, the E, the R. Super shots, shoot me, super chop, shoot me, shots, super chop, shots, super chop, super sharp, shooting, super chop, shots. Super sharp shooting. The S, the U, the P, the E, the R, the S, the H, the A, the R, the P, the S, the H, the O, the T, the E, the R. Super sharp shooting shots. Check. I'm the fucking man who the match. If you're gonna step up to it, then you better take a step back. Check. I'm the fucking man who the match. If you're gonna step up to it, then you super sharp shooting. Check. I'm the fucking man who the match. Check. I'm the fucking man who the match. Wait, the stuff that they like the F, the E, the R, the Send out the message. Watch right. That shit don't stop. Watch right. They try to control the day. Control your movement. Watch right. You move. You don't control the day. The man controls the day. He will control the night. Watch right. Watch right. I don't run, Ray. I move. Shot. Watch right. Watch right. Don't blame me for no shot. Control, 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 control. Badass. Badass. Control the thing. Control. Control. You don't control the thing. We will control the thing. The man controls the thing. Listen, watch right. You don't control the thing. The man controls the thing. Badass, badass. Now it is later. more urban style music. So just two judges and two records and I'm license. Man, if you get a license, you feel kind of located, you know. She want to get locked up. It's dangerous, you know. Yo, you have a license, lady. Yo, you have a license, lady. Dangerous, you know, so. Discharge and kind of dub upon people in innocent ears. Apple. Arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're now ready for takeoff, so please fasten your seatbelt. We're now ready for takeoff. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? We're now ready for takeoff. Now ready for takeoff.
When we enter, running, in the arena. We not lotion, sweat, now powder. Crowd of people, put your foot alive in the air. In the dancer, when we enter, running, in the arena. We not lotion, sweat, now powder. Crowd of people, put your foot alive in the air. When we enter, running, licking in the arena. We not lotion, pet, now powder. Crowd of people, push up on the light, and you hear. Which are the sound, which are the sound, which are the sound. Which are the sound, which are the sound, which are the sound. Which are the sound, which are the sound, which are the sound. Which are the sound, which are the sound, which are the sound. Which are the sound, which are the sound, which are the sound. Which are the sound, which are the sound, which are the sound. Which are the sound, which are the sound, which are the sound. Which are the sound, which are the sound, which are the sound, which are the sound. We're ready for them, we're ready for them, see them, see them. We're ready for them, them. We're ready for them, we're ready for them, see them, see them. We're ready for them, them. We're ready for them, we're ready for them, see them, see them. We're ready for them, them. We're ready for them, we're ready for them, see them, see them. We're ready for them, them. Let me on my phone and I'm afraid of them and them. The lyrics last from since when we get the people moving, we get them dancing. That's a passion and all of them love it. We call it. We're ready for them, we're ready for them, see them, see them. We're ready for them, them. We're ready for them, we're ready for them, see them, see them. We're ready for them, them. Which are the sound, which are the sound, which are the sound. Which are the sound, which are the sound, which are the sound. Which are the sound, which are the sound, which are the sound, which are the sound. when we enter chronic tonic, licking in the arena. We not lotion, pet now powder. Crowd of people push up on the lines and you hear. We start the sound, we start the sound, we start the sound, we start the sound. We're ready for them, we're ready for them, see them, see them. We're ready for them, 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 them. We're ready for them, we're ready for them, see them, see them. We're ready for them, 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 them. We're ready for them, we're ready for them, see them, see them. We're ready for them, 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 them. We're ready for them, we're ready for them, see them, see them. We're ready for them, 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 them. identical to none. This is how it should be done. This is how it should be done. It's identical to none, but I'm trying to make it sound like this. What you gonna play now? A game of chess is like a sword fight. You must think first before you move. You must think first. You must think first. You must think first. You must think first. I know that all of you shall weakness in me, and bad man shall fall. I know that all of you shall weakness the day, and Babylon shall fall. I know that all of you shall weakness the day, and Babylon shall fall. You're in trouble, 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 trouble. When you can't see the angles no more, you're in trouble, 6 million ways to die. 6 million ways to die. Die. 10, 9, 8, 7. 6 million ways to die. Die. 6 million ways to die. Die. 6 million ways to die. Million ways to die. Die. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, murder, 1 lyric at your door. Million ways to die, so I go, so I go, so I go, so I go, so I go. There is only one explanation. Time is up. Later. the S, the U, the P, the E, the R, the S, the H, the A, the R, the P, the S, the H, the O, the T, the E, the R, the S, the U, the P, the E, the R, the S, the H, the A, the R, the P, the S, the H, the O, the T, the E, the R, super sharp, the S, the U, the P, the E, the R, the S, the H, the A, the R, the P, the S, the H, the O, the T, the E, the R, the S, the U, the P, the E, the R, the S, the H, the A, the R, the P, the S, the H, the O, the T, the E, the R, the S, the U, the P, the E, the R, the S, the H, the A, the R, the P, the S, the H, the O, the super, the chunk, the chunks. I'm the fucking man who that equation, the stuff that equation, the stuff that it check. I'm the fucking man who that equation, the stuff that it likes, the relation check. I'm the fucking man who that equation, the stuff that equation, the stuff that it check. I'm the fucking man who that super sharp shots. The S, the U, the P, the E, the R, the S, the H, the A, the R, the P, the S, the H, the O, the T, the E, the R. Super shots. Shoot me, super chop. Shoot me, shots. Super chop. Shots, super chop, super sharp, shooting, super chop, shots. If you're gonna step up to it, then you better take a step. Super sharp, shooting. The S, the U, the P, the E, the R, the S, the H, the A, the R, the P, the S, the H, the O, the T, the E, the R. this shit's gonna stop. Watch riots. They try to control the day. Control your hood. Watch riots. You don't control the day. The man controls the day. We will control the night. Watch riots. Watch riots. I don't run rap. Suck. Watch riots. Watch riots. Don't blame me for no sucker. Control, 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 control. Badass. Control the day. Control. Control. You don't control the day. We will control the day. The man controls the day. Listen, that's right. You don't control the day. The man controls the day. Badass, now cool. Just let me show you what you for real. Now listen. Later. Now cool, just them show them wicked. Now listen, later, 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 later. get another license. Man, if you get a license, you get a kind of dope here, you know. So you want to get locked up. You know, it's dangerous, you know. Yo, you have a license. Yo, you have a license. Dangerous, you know, so. Discharge and kind of dub about people innocent ears. Good. When the hype step in the arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're now ready for takeoff, so please fasten your seatbelt. We're now ready for takeoff. ready for takeoff. Now ready for takeoff.
When we enter, running, kicking in the arena. We not lotion, sweat, now powder, crowd of people, put up for the light in the when we enter, running, kicking in the arena. We not lotion, sweat, now powder, crowd of people, put up for the light in the dancers, when we enter, running, licking in the arena. We not lotion, sweat, now powder, crowd of people, push up on the lights, and you Which are the sound, which are the sound, which are the sound. Which are the sound, 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 which are the sound. Which are the sound, which are the sound.
Do you love Gantt charts? Here's how easily you can build one in ClickUp. Let's map out the tasks for your Gantt chart.
Don't be sad, don't you cry, just let go of your pain. And when you fall asleep, no tomorrow. Don't be sad, don't you cry, just let go of your pain. And when you fall asleep, no tomorrow. Tonight I'm over it. Tonight I'm dancing like don't be sad, don't you cry, just let go of your pain. And And when you fall asleep on tomorrow's day, tonight I'm moving like stay, stay, stay. Tonight I'm dancing like stay, stay, stay. Downtown, 'cause I'm thinking of us. I can run into you, 'cause you're still in my hometown. I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind. When I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. We've been hangers in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. Look for love, no time for tears. Wasted water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Things might come to those who wait, not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. I hear the crystal raindrops fall on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning dew. Darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I wanna be the one with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us, just the two of us. I don't mean to be hasty, moving faster than you. That's right or wrong, depending on your point of view. If I don't know, and you don't know, and none of us know, let's talk it out. Let's talk it out. I'll always be open. You're gonna step in the room, but you're not that kind of person. I assume. You don't know, you never know. Let's talk it out, let's talk it out. Somebody I can see. I'm calling out, just get real. So I don't know, none of us know. I don't wanna, but I don't wanna. You don't know what you're missing. Can't you see that I'm here? I'm in the feeling you want me to disappear. Only you, where do we go? What do we know when we're all alone? I'm trying to catch you in the middle of the lonely night, yeah. I'm trying to reach you, but you please told me you don't find, yeah. So let go, let me go, let yourself go. Let's talk it out, let's talk it out. Somebody else I can see. I'm holding on, just can't breathe. So I don't know, none of us know. I don't wanna, but I don't wanna. What's that I feel? There's nothing to feel. I don't know, none of us know. So we're gonna talk it out, baby. I don't know like when you can't find the place in the middle. Figure it out, we're talking about solving impossible rhythms. Into the wreck, breaking my back, and it's all for you, babe. I don't know, I'll never know. Somebody else I can see. Just can't breathe. So I don't know, no, that's not. I don't wanna, when I don't wanna. What's that? I don't know, never sure. So we'll talk it out, baby. I got my eyes on you. Everything I see, I want you all alone. Endlessly, I can't get over you. You left your mark on me, I want you all alone. Endlessly, good you, and you know it. You act so different around me. Yes, you're good, and you know it. You know exactly how it could be. Just hold on, just hold on. It's hard to do this, it's too long. Just hold on. I got my eyes on you. Everything I see, I want you all in motion. Endlessly, I can't get over you. You left your mark on me, I want you all in motion. Endlessly, cause you're good, girl, and you know it. You act so different around me. Yes, you're good, girl, and you know it. I know exactly how it could be. Just hold on, just hold on. It's hard to do this, it's too long. Just hold on, just hold on, just hold on. It's hard to do this, it's too long. Just hold on. Come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight had something wonderful. would sleep till late nights and get alone. Conversations with a stranger, I bet you know. Swearing this would be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use, but through my bad habits lead to white staring in space. And I know I lose control of the things that I say, and I was looking far away, but now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two, it's true. It's true, my bad habits lead to every bad intention ends when the good times start. Falling over everything to reach the first time spark. It started under neon lights and then it all got dark. I only know how to go too far. My bad habits lead to late nights and getting alone. Conversations with a stranger, I bet you know. Swearing this would be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use, but through my bad habits lead to white staring in space. And I know I lose control of the things that I say. I was looking far away, but now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two, it's true. It's true, my bad habits lead to you. I heard that you settled down, that you found a girl and you're married now. I heard that your dreams came true. Yes, you gave me this. I've been gifted you. Never let I find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you. Sometimes it enough, but sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it's love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Yeah. You know how the time flies on me. Yesterday was the time of our lives. We were born and raised in a summer haze, bound by the surprise of our glory days. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you. Sometimes it's enough, but sometimes it hurts to stay. Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them scream and out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you plead for eating greatness, relentless you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll run into smoke when the fire is fierce. I will pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming What's your name? Legends never die. Baby, come on. Every time you play for me, chain lightness. Legends never die. They're written down in eternity, but you'll never see the price it costs. Scars collected all their life. When everything's lost, they pick up their hearts and avenge defeat. Before it all starts, they suffer through harm just to touch a dream. I will pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world is coming down, you hear them screaming, what's your name? Legends never die. Baby, come on. Every time you play for me, chain lightness. Legends never die. I see this life like a swinging vine. Swing my heart across the line. In my face is flashing signs. Seek it out and ye shall find. Oh, but I'm not that old, young, but I'm not that bold. And I don't think the word is sold. I'm just doing what we're told. I feel something so right, doing the right thing. And I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing. I couldn't lie, couldn't lie, couldn't lie. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Yeah, oh. I feel your love, and I feel it burn down this river every turn. Hope is out for let her burn. Make that money, watch it burn. Oh, but I'm not that old, young, but I'm not that bold, and I don't think the word is sold. I'm just doing what we told, and I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing. I couldn't lie, couldn't lie, couldn't lie. Everything that drowns me makes me wanna fly. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. I heard he sang a good song. I heard he had a style. And so I came to see him and listen for a while. And there he was, this young boy, a stranger to my eyes, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life. I felt all flushed with fever, embarrassed by the crowd. I felt he found my letters and read each one aloud. I prayed that he would finish, but he just kept right on, drumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life. His words killing me softly with his song. Love. Killing me softly, his song. Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up tonight. I'ma fight till we see the sunlight. Tick tock on the clock, but the party don't stop. And no, oh, 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 oh. Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up tonight. I'ma fight till we see the sunlight. Tick tock on the clock, but the party don't stop. And no, oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up tonight. I'ma fight till we see the sunlight. Tick tock on the clock, but the party don't stop. No, oh, 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 oh. You build me up, you break me down. My heart it pounds, yeah, you got me. With my hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up. You build me up, you break me down. My heart it pounds, yeah, you got me. With my hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up. Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up tonight. I'ma fight till we see the sunlight. Tick tock on the clock, but the party don't stop. No, oh, 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 oh. Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up tonight. I'ma fight till we see the sunlight. Tick tock on the clock, but the party don't stop. No, oh, 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 oh. You build me up, you break me down. My heart it pounds, yeah, you got me. With my hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up. My love has got no money, he's got a strong belief. My love has got no power, he's got a strong belief. My love has got no faith, he's got a strong belief. My love has got no money, he's got a strong belief. More and more people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, more and more people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for. Free from desire, mind and change is purified. Free from desire, mind and change is purified. Free from desire, mind and change is purified. Free from desire. My love has got no money, he's got a strong beliefs. My love has got no power, he's got a strong beliefs. My love has got no faith, he's got a strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got a strong beliefs. Want more and more people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, what he's looking for, what he's looking for, want more and more. Lucky you burn so far away, so we could both make fun of this. And lucky that I love a foreign landfall. The lucky fact of your existence. Baby, I'm climbing endless only to come reckless on your body. Never could imagine there were only so many ways to love somebody. Can't you see? I'm at your feet. Whenever, wherever we're meant to be together, I'll be there and you'll be near. That's the deal, my dear. You're over, whenever, we can always stay here. That's the deal, my dear. Lucky that my lips not only mumble, they feel kisses like a fountain. Lucky that my breasts are small and humble, so you don't confuse them with mountains. Lucky I shine lights like my mother, to run for cover when I'm needed. And these two eyes that for no other, till you leave will cry a river. At your feet, I'm at your feet. Whenever, wherever we're meant to be together, we'll be near, and that's the deal, my dear. If you really feel the way I feel, say it again. Tell me one more time that you live. Lost in my eyes. Oh, I got breaking news, and it's not about you. I've been breaking hearts too, and I learned it all from you. I got my fire highs on, feel like Wonder Woman. That's the new one I'm in, but I'm not your woman. When my lipstick pops and I feel like Monroe, that's when you want me more. I got breaking news, and it's not about you. I've been breaking hearts too, and I learned it all from you. I got my fire highs on, feel like Wonder Woman. That's when you want me, but I'm not your woman. When my lipstick pops and I feel like Monroe, that's when you want me more. I'm not out of sight. I'm not gonna cry. So give it what you want, 'cause I look way too good tonight. I'm not out of sight. Tears are running dry. Won't give you what you want, 'cause I look way too good tonight. And I'm about to celebrate. Push my head into the cake no more. You're the snake pulling my arm, like my snakes can sail around. I got my fire highs on, feel like Wonder Woman. That's when you want all in, but I'm not your woman. When my lipstick burns and I feel like Monroe, that's when you want me more. I'm not out of soul, I'm not gonna cry. Give you what you want, 'cause I look way too good tonight. I'm not out of soul, tears are running dry. Give you what you want, 'cause I look way too good tonight. empty street on the boulevard of broken dreams, where the city sleeps and I'm the only one, and I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk up. The shadow's the only one that walks beside me. My shallow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone out there will find me. Till then I walk alone. Ah, 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 I'm walking down the line that divides me somewhere in my mind. On the borderline of the edge and where I walk alone. Read between the lines, what's fucked up and everything's alright. Check my vital signs and know I'm still alive, and I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk alone, I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk up. The shadow's the only one that walks beside me. My shallow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone up there will find me. Till then I walk alone. Ah, 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 I keep looking for something I can't get. Broken hearts lie all around me, and I don't see an easy way to get out of this. Her diary sits by the bedside table. The curtains are closed, cats in the cradle. Who would have thought that a girl like me could come to this? I just died in your arms tonight. It must have been something you said. I just died in your arms tonight. I just died in your arms tonight. It must have been some kind of kiss. I should have walked away. I should have walked away. Is there any just cause for feeling like this? On the surface, I'm a name on the list. I try to be discreet, then blow it again. I've lost and found, it's my final mistake. She's loving by proxy, no give and all take. Cause I've been thrilled to fantasy one too many times. Oh, I just died in your arms tonight. Must have been something you said. I just died in your arms tonight. Oh, I just died in your arms tonight. It must have been some kind of kiss. I should have walked away. Let me be your woman. I can be your woman. Let me be your woman. I can be your woman. Let me be your woman. I can be your woman. Let me be your woman. I can be your woman. Let me be your woman. I can be your woman. Let me be your woman. I can be your woman. You need. She gives them for come up and to see. She can rob it from my family. All my love and all my nothing not appreciated. You see,
in a separate listening today, our education correspondent Elaine Buckley has been speaking to parents and teachers in Halifax.
This is Halifax in West Yorkshire.
Good girl, Rosa. You okay?
Go on, Sarah. Hang on, one at a time. Go on.
These three heads have a lot on their minds.
I'm finding now the more staff are making themselves ill.
Over the next month, they will have to navigate closures and disruption in their schools.
We are losing some experienced staff. People have had enough.
These heads are in solidarity with teaching staff who are on strike.
They're having to do an awful lot more than they did before.
This isn't just about pay, but the pressures of teaching.
The costs are so phenomenal that we can't, something's got to go.
This is Ash Green Community Primary School. The head is determined to stay open.
I miss some out just to bring some visitors in.
He agrees with the strike, but is worried about some of the pupils.
I want those vulnerable children to have that warm meal that day, to be somewhere warm and dry, and in the case of some vulnerable children as well, to be safe, as I know they are every day.
Yesterday I made a salad.
Did you? You made one up yourself?
Here, budgets are tight. Last year in England and Wales, most teachers were given pay awards by the government of 5%. Here, it was taken out of the school budget. It cost £170,000 and meant some difficult decisions.
So it doesn't matter how much the government have put in, there's far more going out of schools. Since September, 5 members of support staff have left. We haven't replaced them, we've amalgamated roles, we've shuffled people around internally, and it's stretching everything again. The impact of it all is that everybody's having to do more, everybody's tired, everybody's worn out, everybody's getting fed up because they know that actually what should be happening is that schools should be given more money, that should be being funded centrally. And if that was the case, there would be no industrial action because there would be no need for industrial action.
On the other side of town is the Halifax Academy. There are more than 40 members of staff in the National Education Union who could potentially go on strike.
If you've got capital O, have you got it right or wrong?
Staff don't have to notify the school if they intend to go on strike, and the head won't be using supply teachers to cover classrooms.
At the moment, it looks like we will be closing when there's been such drastic funding cuts in education for such a long time. It's so under-resourced. Staff are on their knees and something has to change.
I can see I've got that fear and I'm taking that pen off that page.
And again, we've got crisis in educational psychologists, in CAMS, in all of the other services. There are crises everywhere, which is underfunding, and it's vulnerable young people who are being really hit, and then the families, and it's just grossly unfair. So for us to get to this point, something has gone spectacularly wrong.
Mrs. Kennedy has got to get her Year 11s through their GCSEs. Going on strike has been a tough decision, but she says teachers feel overworked and undervalued.
I think it's a really hard moral dilemma for staff when you do have lots of Year 11 students in front of you that have just come out of a pandemic, that are desperate for some face-to-face teaching. That can be really difficult, but then you consider the crisis that we are in and the difficulties that we are all facing, and nobody chooses to lose a day's pay to strike over something that's not important.
Next stop, Ravenscliffe High School, near the centre of Halifax. The children here have a wide range of special educational needs. Today, more than 100 pupils will have to stay at home because of the strike.
It's really hard, but it's part of a much bigger picture, and it is about the sustainability of education and special education in particular going forward.
Recruitment is a major issue. Staff are leaving. Meanwhile, the school is having to take on more pupils.
Many special schools like ours are really struggling to recruit quality staff and retain them. The pay is not good. People here work here because they love the job, because they're really committed to the school, because they're passionate about children with special needs, not because of the salaries. 3 years ago, we had about 195 children on roll. We've now got nearly 250, and that will go up again in September. This is a crisis. This is not sustainable. We cannot continue like this. No school can continue like this.
This school relies heavily on teaching assistants and support staff. But some have left for better paid jobs at local supermarkets. On average, teaching assistant salaries start at £9.50 an hour, compared to around £10 working in a shop.
Nice and tall, stepping up.
It's very hard.
Oh, that was a quick one.
The school provides soup 3 days a week because they've decided that staff would benefit from having a treat, really. So soup 3 times a week and a bread roll for people who can't afford to bring their own lunch from home. That helps a little, but it doesn't solve the problem.
The government says it's investing £2 billion this year and next into education, and the pay awards have been the most generous in a generation. But schools like this tell us it hardly touches the sides.
Unless something changes nationally or locally with funding, is that we will run out of money in the next 18 months.
The government says it's willing to continue talks with teaching unions. For these heads, the strikes are challenging but necessary.
Year 6 is the longest line at the moment. Miles, that's amazing.
Elaine Dunkley, BBC News in Halifax.
Well, in Scotland, teachers have begun their 3rd week of rolling strikes. Let's speak to our correspondent Ben Phillip, who's outside Harlow Academy in Aberdeen for us this morning. Ben, just want to talk us through the latest there, please.
Well, John, this is day 13 of 16 in the latest strike action by teachers in Scotland. Members of the EIS Teachers Union have been striking in 2 areas per day since mid-January. Today it's the turn of teachers here in Aberdeen and also in Clackmannanshire. This is the picket line behind me at Harlaw Academy in Aberdeen, just one of dozens of schools which remain closed today as a result. And it all centres around a pay dispute. Teachers would like a 10% pay uplift, something the Scottish Government and Council say is unaffordable. The current offer that's on the table is typically worth around 5%, slightly more for lower earners. But certainly speaking to teachers here this morning, there's a growing sense of frustration that a new pay offer hasn't yet been received. For parents and carers, they've obviously had to find alternative childcare arrangements on strike days, but I think there is a sense of support for teachers as well. Meanwhile, the Scotland Education Secretary, Shirley Ann Somerville, she says that she's committed to finding a resolution, but has warned that any new money for teacher pay will have to come from elsewhere in education.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for now.
Plenty more coming up in the next 10 minutes, but now it's time for a last quick look at the headlines where you are.
Hello, good morning. I'm Tom Hepworth. Unions say 500,000 people are on strike today, including many teachers here in the south. NEU members walked out at Cheney School in Oxford, and picket lines formed across the region, like here at Perrin School in Alresford in Hampshire. They're calling for an above-inflation pay rise that isn't funded from school budgets. The government says it's already provided an extra £2 billion in school funding. Also striking today are train drivers at Chiltern, Cross Country, GWR, Southern and on the Island Line, staff at universities and civil servants, including border force workers. A 4-year-old girl has died after being attacked by a dog in the garden of a house in Milton Keynes. Police say the animal has since been humanely destroyed. Dorset and Wiltshire Fire Service has launched an investigation after allegations some of its firefighters took photos of women who died in car crashes. Its chief fire officer said he was shocked and appalled by the reports, initially from ITV News, which alleged the photos were sent via private messages with some male firefighters commenting about the women's underwear. Dorset Police says it will robustly investigate any information or evidence shared with the force. The weather, plenty of bright spells today with patchy cloud in places. It'll stay mostly dry, but the odd isolated shower is still possible. Highs of 11 Celsius. So that is it for me for the time being. Thank you for being there. We're back with the lunchtime news at 1:30. See you then. Bye for now.
You will, of course, know our next guest, Angela Scanlon, from The One Show and many other TV shows she's been on to. Now she's written her very first book.
Yeah, it's called Joyrider, which she says is part memoir and part a guide to learning to love yourself a bit more.
Now, it covers everything from how to cope with imposter syndrome and how to be comfortable in your own company. Angela is with us now. Morning, Angela. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Great to have
This
you.
is such a great idea for a book because you put your own experiences in and share stories about yourself, but you're also trying to pass on perhaps some of the wisdom that you've learned.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of been a self-help, self-development junkie forever, you know. I'm ashamed to say I'm not a big fiction fan, so I've always read kind of non-fiction books. And like since I was a teenager, really. And so the book is made up of the things that I've tried that have really worked and resonated with me, and then some of my own kind of personal stories. Because I think anyone, if you've seen me on TV or you follow me on Instagram, you'll think I'm like a very, you know, happy-go-lucky, positive person. And I am, to a degree, but I've had to work really, really quite hard on kind of flexing that muscle and training myself, for want of a better word, to be in that state.
So how have you done that? What are the tips that you've taken on and have helped you?
Well, with Joyrider, I mean, the focus really is gratitude. And I have a podcast called Thanks a Million, and it's kind of my obsession, I suppose. And I tried lots of different, slightly more gimmicky things in the hope that I'd be fixed in a second. And gratitude was something that I kept coming back to, that I was quite dismissive of, or you know, ironically took for granted, or whatever. And
when you say gratitude, you mean just being grateful for what you've got?
Yeah, being grateful, focusing on what you have rather than always looking around, searching and comparing yourself, and that sense of falling short, which I think everyone can relate to, and maybe now more than ever with social media, we're kind of always, you know, looking around and thinking, oh my God, that person has done that. Comparing.
Stop chasing, I guess.
Stop chasing and actually just sit in a state and get into the habit of really feeling into what you have and recognizing. And I mean, whether that's writing lists, whether it's, you know, before you get out of bed, just being grateful for the things that you have in that moment. I got into the habit, and there's something at like the little thank yous. And so these moments that I kind of started to document on my iPhone, where if I had come out of a state where I was a bit down or a bit low or a bit frustrated, that I could go back and remind myself, oh, I really did enjoy that seemingly simple thing. I can get back to that state of joy. And I think it's just that practice, so that you start to see the world slightly differently and start to look for the good instead of always, you know, veering towards the things that are not working out.
What fascinates me is it's clear how much progress, you say you're like a self-help junkie, but it's clear how much progress you must have made, because we would be used to seeing you on TV, you know, doing these fabulous things with a really glossy, gorgeous life on Instagram. But actually, what you're doing is you're showing quite a lot of vulnerability, aren't you?
Yeah.
And that's fine.
I don't have a filter. That's the problem. So when I was writing it, was like, it's very honest was what people would say to me. And I was like, I kind of don't really have the capacity. My face doesn't lie, and nor does my mouth, apparently. So yeah, I felt it was important, I suppose, that if you have this perception about somebody who is, you know, a bit glossy and a bit shiny, that actually I haven't always been that way. And that there's, you know, even the title Joyrider, it's kind of earned, I suppose, to get to that place where you can enjoy things and feel a bit of contentment. I think it's not my natural state, and I'm very suspicious of people who have that.
I guess that's the issue, isn't it? Because right now, you know, on the programme this morning, we were talking about the economy and the challenges facing people. But we people watching this morning and say,
what is there to be grateful for?
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, what do you say to them? Can you always find something?
I think that's exactly it, and it's probably why it's more important than ever to really properly look for it, because it's not that obvious if you look around at the moment. There's a lot to be frightened of, to be, you know, despairing of. And so I think it's important that we really actively, you know, train ourselves to look for good things. And there are, I mean, those blue socks, for example.
Yeah, marvellous.
Joyous. I think just looking for those small connections, and ultimately what we're trying to do is connect with each other. That's what we're all desperately kind of seeking. And so there's hopefully a bit of hope at a time when it's
Well, we are very grateful ourselves that you've come in and talked to us this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Oh, we've ended on a properly optimistic note there. Thank you, Angela. That is it from us on Breakfast today. We're back tomorrow from 6 o'clock.
But now, of course, it's time for our friends at Morning Live. Have a great day.
Thanks both. Yeah, we're a fan of blue socks. I think you've got blue socks on this morning.
Oh yeah, I'm always matching me, you know me.
Yeah, coming up on Morning Live, almost 30 million homes have a smart meter. They're designed to make our lives simpler, but they could be the cause of crippling anxiety. Dr. Ranj explains how to cope if you're feeling overwhelmed.
Plus, there's hospital waiting times hit an all-time high, where you find out how treating patients in a virtual ward could help free up 50,000 beds, what it's like to be on one.
And the countdown to Red Nose Day starts here. We're announcing an epic challenge for one of the Morning Live family, but who and what? It's staying strictly under wraps. Hello and welcome to Morning Live. As we've just said, it is a very special show today because we have an exciting announcement for comic relief. There's a bit of a clue on my left. Gethin has got a lovely t-shirt on and we're having our first look at the red nose. It suits you, Gethin.
Thank you.
Is it comfortable?
Yeah, of course, really comfortable.
Let's have a go.
I think John and Sally are quite enjoying the noses this morning too, and it is very exciting. It's going to be a massive challenge. Of course, the big night is the 17th of March, isn't it? And I think it's fair to say it's tough at the moment for people. We talk about these issues every day on Morning Live. We're going to try and help as many people as we can in the lead up to it. We're always trying to help on the show. That's why we have the likes of Dr. Ranj and Mavis Ackley and Rhys Stevenson with us this morning. Morning.
Morning.
There was a bit of speculation about what the challenge might be across the BBC this morning. Sally Nugent's very interested. This morning on BBC Radio 2, Vernon Kay's guest was Sir Lenny Henry, and they think I'm getting waxed.
Are you getting waxed?
Well, no, but then it's you have to get in line.
What's the speech?
Vernon Kay's like, well, if he needs to get his legs waxed, he wants to come on Morning Live to do it. And now I'm worried that might be a thing. So that's not the challenge, by the way. I'll tell you
There's
more
always
about
time
it.
for other challenges, though, so maybe.
Yeah, that's
set
true.
yourself up there.
Oh my goodness.
And there might be more people watching us this morning at home because there is the biggest industrial action in a decade. 500,000 people on strike today. Mavis, you're talking about the train strikes and if they affect us, what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, there are strikes, but I'm going to help you get your money back if your train is cancelled or delayed.
Yeah. Race Strictly Fitness today. We're carrying on with a Charleston.
Yes, Charleston Week continues with day 3, and we're looking at Molly and Carlos's Charleston from the most recent series. And we're going back to basics, my friends. We're doing the swivel, which is the epitome of Charleston dance. When we think about it, it's just fancy walking. So we'll be fancy walking today.
I like that. I like the fancy walking. Well, absolutely brilliant. And more of that later. We need some energy for that, won't we? But we're talking about a different kind of energy now with the BBC's cost of living correspondent, Coletta Smith. Are you up for the waxing, Coletta? Or
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
For me? Let's give you a go.
Yeah, they all seem to be queuing up. Let's move on quickly. We're talking about smart meters, aren't we? So many people have them. And actually, what's become apparent is people are getting really stressed. They're getting a lot of anxiety using them.
Yeah, so smart meters are now in almost or just over half of homes in the UK. About 54% of households and small businesses have now got a smart meter. So it's an upgrade to that electricity or gas meter that's in that awkward to get to place under your stairs or maybe in the box outside that you need that triangular key to get to.
So true.
That gas box. No one ever knows where that key goes. So a lot of those have been now upgraded to be smart meters, which means that they send information automatically to your supplier, so you no longer have to get into that box regularly to take meter readings. It does it for you. But they also come with an in-home device. So a little small box, often people put it on the mantelpiece or somewhere in the kitchen on the side that they can see it regularly. they show you how much energy you've used that day and how much it's cost. You can look at it weekly, monthly. It's a really useful budgeting device for a lot of people, particularly because energy prices have gone up so much at the moment. So it helps people keep track of how much they're spending, and they can keep an eye on what sort of appliances around the house use the most energy. So they know that when you turn the oven on, suddenly it skyrockets. You know how much it costs you to dry your hair, you know how much it costs you to stick the tumble dryer on, and that's really useful for helping people to cut back on their energy uses and keep their bills under control.
So that's the useful side of things, but it's these in-home display units which are actually causing a few issues for some people though.
Yeah, they are. There is a flip side to it, because you've got something there in your home glowing, constantly on display, telling you how much you're spending, how much money you're having to give over to your energy company at the moment. And as we know, that's a lot for a lot of people at the moment. You're looking at that daily spend. A lot of people looking very regularly about how much things are costing them, how much, an hour's heating is costing. And I've been in touch with Age UK and with Scope, which is a disability equality charity. And they have told me that they've both been hearing from a lot of people that they're in touch with about the anxiety that this is causing for a lot of people who are stuck in the home often all the time. So if you are older, if you have a disability, perhaps you're at home with the children, this can become a lot more of an issue because you're seeing the spending going up without necessarily putting that in a bigger context of how much money you've got coming into the household. And potentially, according to Age UK, that's causing some people to overcompensate. So for a lot of pensioners, actually to cut back more than they need, and certainly more than is good for them. So they're not putting the heat on when they need it at the moment because they're worried about visibly seeing that cost all the time.
We've got some examples here, about the anxiety it's causing and maybe how obsessive people are becoming with those home displays. Gillian says it's the first thing she does every morning, and then she checks it constantly during the day. She buys food but doesn't want to use the cooker as it whizzes right up, she says.
Yeah, and Catherine said that it's unplugged and in the back of the drawer as she was obsessed and panicking.
There you go, so Catherine's put it away. Yeah, Karen was getting so anxious every time the appliance came on that it was making her feel unwell. So this is a serious issue at the moment. What are practical tips then for people to think about if you're in these situations?
There are things people can do. And the first one, as you read there in your comment, is it's worth remembering that the in-home device doesn't affect what the thing in the box in that awkward place is doing. So the smart meter itself will still work if you turn off your in-home display.
Right. Unplug it.
Exactly. So just unplug it, put it in a cupboard where you can't see it, or just turn it off completely. That in-home device is just for you, and if it's no longer useful for you, then turn it off. It's also worth saying as well that maybe for some people it's worth writing down the extra money that we are getting at the moment to help pay our energy bills. So yes, prices have gone up dramatically, nearly double what they were for most people this time last year, but we're also getting extra help. So most households right across the UK are getting like £67-ish a month from the government. If you're a pensioner, you should have received your winter fuel allowance by now. That's been topped up with an extra cost of living payment up to £300. So that money has already been paid in. If you're on certain disability benefits, you'll also have received an extra £150. There's more of those payments to come this year, but that doesn't get included in your in-home device. It doesn't show up in what you're spending. So if you just write that down, jot it down somewhere, remind yourself, hang on, I am getting some extra help to cover those bills.
This is very familiar on One Life because our finance expert, Owen Bain, is always talking about budgeting at this time.
Yes, and actually setting a budget is a really useful thing that you can do using your smart meter. So look at how much your appliances cost. Try and set yourself a realistic budget for that day. What do I need to do? Bearing in mind that, if you're out during the week, weekends are going to be more expensive because you're going to have the heat on. That's when you're running your appliances. But also some of those in-home devices have a budgeting option on them. So you can set yourself a limit and it'll buzz when you reach that limit. That means you can put it away in a cupboard, not look at it, but be aware if you've hit that budget. But yeah, like I said, be realistic because this is the most expensive time of year. It's the coldest moment. It's when we have our heat on. It's when we have the lights running much more than the rest of the year. So it is okay to be spending more at this time of year in the knowledge that we will be able to cut back later in the year. So don't let it stress you out.
People are stressed. There's lots to think about. People are worrying. They're stressed, like we heard with the comments, Dr. Ranj. Is there anything that people can do to prevent the stress, the anxiety?
Yeah, so as we say with any mental health issue or difficulty, make sure you don't struggle alone. Speak to somebody, get it off your chest. We talk about getting away from your meter as much as possible. So if you can get outside, Get out and do something to take your mind off things. Shift your focus if you can't get out of the home. Do whatever it takes to distract you from your meter. Take control wherever you can. So use the budgeting feature, for instance. Limit the number of times you're checking, and try not to catastrophize. So don't automatically think that if you're using energy, you're going to end up in financial trouble straight away. It's probably not going to happen. But if you are having significant issues, remember there are healthcare professionals out there to help. There are charities, there are helplines, there is your GP service as well, and there's lots of stuff online. Go to the NHS website. There's great mental health help.
Yeah, and stay in touch with us as well, because we'll be covering this loads, I'm sure. Thanks very much, Colette. Smart meters, they can be useful. Technology in general can be good and very useful, especially when it comes to our health. Hospitals are now starting to use modern technology to treat patients on virtual wards.
Yeah, this week, the government announced plans to free up 50,000 hospital beds by discharging some patients early and monitoring their vital signs online from the comfort of their own homes.
Right now, there are roughly 14,000 NHS hospital beds occupied by patients that don't need to be there, and that's just in England. It's one of the causes of the waiting list crisis we're currently facing, and it's taken around £2 billion of the NHS's budget every year. But the traditional hospital ward could be about to change from this to this. You're looking at a virtual ward where patients are monitored by a team of nurses and doctors, but all remotely. Dr. Rajiv Sankanara is a consultant cardiologist on the virtual ward.
So the virtual ward essentially is about caring for patients in their homes safely and conveniently as an alternative to hospitalization. So heart failure is a condition which affects about 1 million people in the UK and contributes to about 10% of hospitalizations. The proportion of patients, and in our experience, about 40 to 50% of people with acute heart failure can be managed safely and conveniently at home with the aid of telehealth technology essentially. So the sickest patients get the NHS beds. The patients who are less sick can be managed in a virtual ward environment.
That telehealth technology is what this is all about. Remotely monitoring detailed vital signs like heart rate, temperature, and blood pressure. Readings are measured by patients and then sent in. Julie is one of the nurses working on the virtual ward.
Our role is to monitor the readings that the patients send in on a daily basis and to contact them, check they're okay, if there are any abnormalities, and offer them advice and support. Anything in red or amber tells us it's an alert, it's not normal, it's not usual, and we need to take notice of what's on that information they submit.
Just like in hospital, you can call a nurse. They provide patients with feedback based on their vitals.
It's quite busy this morning. It's quite cold, so we've noticed some of the patients have got low temperatures on their readings. Some of them, when we contact them, do tell us that they haven't put their heating on yet because obviously they're concerned about costs. We try and encourage them to stay warm at all costs. As nurses, we get a lot of satisfaction out of the virtual wards. We know the patients are relieved to be at home. We can speak to them, and we know their physical condition from the data that they're giving us. It's more, when we speak to them, it's more about the little softer symptoms that we're getting.
Colette Mealer from Liverpool has Crohn's disease, a condition which affects the digestive system. And last year, she was diagnosed with heart failure.
The heart failure can result in, for me, one of the most distressing things, which is problems with the breathing. And during the day, you find if you do the slightest thing at times, it can make you so tired.
But now with the virtual ward, Colette's condition is constantly monitored. She's been on the ward for 11 months and uses equipment to monitor her vital signs, which are sent through to the telehealth clinical hub 3 times a day.
One of my only hesitations, if you like, was the fact that they mentioned remote monitoring. I'm a technophobe. Rather than the health side being worried about it, it was actually the technology side, which I was very quickly reassured about.
Some people may be worried that not physically being in the hospital, you wouldn't get the same level of care. But Colette doesn't think that's the case.
you can just pick up the phone and speak to the nurses if you have any worries, or indeed the other way, if they're particularly worried about anything in your readings, then they can phone you. So to have this knowledge that you're being constantly monitored is such a confidence booster.
Hello, hello. This is Julie from the NHS Telehealth. I'm just ringing because some of your readings are a bit off again.
So I did another reading before and they've come up slightly. So my blood pressure's a bit better at the moment.
Today, consultant Dr. Rajiv is doing his rounds virtually.
How is your breathing? Is it a bit better since we increased your water tablet?
Yes, there does seem to have been a slight improvement in it.
The Merseycare Virtual Ward has had over 1,000 patients, saving more than 6,500 acute bed days and over £2.5 million. There are over 50 virtual wards in England, and they have also been adopted in Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. There are plans to expand the scheme to include other medical conditions.
You have a lovely day.
Thank you, you too.
And bedside manner is just as important as it's always been.
So they're just so nice, you know, and because you speak to them fairly regularly, then although you haven't met them, it's almost like a personal relationship has formed.
I think it won't replace traditional medicine, but I think it's having the best of both. So I suspect it will be 50-50, where we have 50% of patients who are suitable, who will be managed in a heart failure virtual ward. The remaining 50% who are a lot sicker will still be in hospital.
My quality of life has improved greatly because now I've got the diagnosis. I know what it is. We know where we're going with it. But it's allowed me, rather than spending so much time in hospital, it's allowed me to get back to as much of a normal life as I had prior to being diagnosed with the condition.
And that's one more bed free in hospital for someone else that desperately needs it.
Well, there you go. These virtual wards seem to be helping a lot of people, Ranj, and could make a real difference.
Yeah, and one thing that I guess people don't know is that being at home means your family can take much more of an active role in your care, which is a really positive thing. We had a viewer called Linda who got in touch with us to say that her mum was looked after in a virtual ward. It was reassuring to have the nurse coming at least once a week, having nurses on call 24 hours. It was very efficient, so friendly. My mum was very happy, and we managed to get enough weight back on her to a point where she managed to get up every day and walk around. I think that's fantastic.
Well, Linda wasn't the only one who got in touch. We've had some other comments about the virtual wards. Nina is neurodiverse and suffers from anxiety and thinks that they could help her.
So when we say neurodiverse, we're talking about people whose brains work slightly differently. For example, conditions like autism, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, dyslexia, dyspraxia, etc. And for these people, going into hospital and being on a ward can be really stressful. And that in itself can affect their recovery. So being at home, being in their own environment where they're much, much more comfortable is really conducive to their recovery. So for them, it's a really positive thing as well.
You can understand as well how some people might be a little bit nervous about using them because it's so different, it's so new, isn't it? Someone like Mary is saying here, not everyone will have the internet. And Rose was wondering how to use the equipment.
Yeah, so remember that you will be assessed on an individual basis to see whether a virtual ward is suitable for you. Part of that will be having the right technology and being able to use it. It doesn't always need the internet. Some of them work off your phone signal. That will all be taken into account. The instructions are really easy to follow, but you've always got a professional on the end of a phone to help out anyway. So if you've got any questions, there's always someone on hand to make sure you know how to use it. Yeah.
Okay, so that's equipment and advice. What about medication and that side of things? Rob worries the initial diagnosis could change and the condition could get worse.
Yeah, so any medication you require will be delivered to you and it will be monitored. If there's any changes that are needed, someone's going to be there that's looking after all of that. So you're not, by no means are you ever by yourself. And remember, virtual wards are not for absolutely every condition. They are mainly for stable, usually chronic conditions with stable treatment plans. And if anything were to change, if you were to become acutely unwell, then actually that's what inpatient services are for. So what we're trying to do is the people that need close monitoring but don't need to be in hospital necessarily, they can be managed and looked after much better at home. And that frees up resources for everybody else who needs to be in hospital.
Really interesting. And thank you for all your comments on that as well. Still to come on the show today in just over 5 minutes, we are revealing how Morning Live is getting involved in an extra special challenge for comic relief. Be prepared for lots of sequins, sparkles and red noses.
Absolutely. And talking of sequins and sparkles, we're ending the show today with Strictly Fitness. Reese, what move are we learning?
Well, Samantha, on day 3 of Charleston Week, we are looking at the iconic Charleston move, the swivel. We're taking this from Molly and Carlos's Charleston. Now, you may have heard of the Ministry of Silly Walks. Well, today we're the Ministry of Fancy Walks. That's what we'll be doing today.
Yeah. Great moves for the Charleston. Hey, mate, it's fair to say that a few of us might be walking a bit further at the moment with the train strikes happening. It's been 8 months of industrial action. Yet again, the rail network is held up by these strikes. What can we expect today over the next few days?
Well, today and Friday of this week, there is industrial action, so you can expect strikes. And there are numerous companies, train companies over Britain that will be on strike. Just to name them, we've got Avanti West Coast, Chiltern Railways, Cross Country, East Midland Railways, Gatwick Express, Great Northern, Heathrow Express, Island Line, London North Western Railway, Northern, South Eastern, Southern, Thameslink, Transpennine Express and West Midlands.
Maybe it's a good job you got a card there to name all those.
It is, and a good job I've got the breath to say them. I mean, there are a lot, but there are some other train companies that have confirmed that they'll be running an amended service. Now, these companies are Great Western Railways, Greater Angular, that's including Stansted Express, and LNER, that's London North Eastern Railway.
Lots and lots of confusion there, lots to remember. Okay, so when it comes to buying tickets, for example, if we want to buy one now for the weekend, how can we be confident that there's not going to be any it's not going to be affected by strikes come the weekend?
Well, the trade unions by law have got to give you 14 days notice of any industrial action that they're going to take. So they've already given notice for these 2 days. So they're likely you won't be getting strikes. You won't be getting delayed, I should say, or cancelled through to strike action. But that's not to say there won't be any sort of cancellations or disruptions on the lines. Because if you can imagine, when the trains have been on strike these next 2 days, it's going to take the trains a little bit of time to get to where they should be for the weekend, and also staff shortages. So I would check with your rail company before you travel so you're not disappointed.
We were hearing yesterday, actually, weren't we, when we were out and about on the street, people sort of getting used to it, planning ahead for the strikes. But what you don't want is to lose your money. So just remind us what we can do if trains are delayed and cancelled. Should we start with cancellations?
Let's start with cancellations. So today and Friday, your train's cancelled, you can claim a full refund. No questions asked. You just need to go to the website or the company that you bought the ticket from and apply for the refund. That includes season ticket holders or anyone that's got a monthly ticket or longer. You can claim 100% compensation. You just need to go to the website or wherever you bought your ticket from. What I would say there, you may have to pay a fee for that. So do be aware of that, but you can claim 100% compensation. If your train's cancelled and it's not due to the strike, again, you have the same rights. You can claim 100% compensation or get a refund, your money back, if it's been cancelled.
Okay, and what about delays? Because that can be a little bit confusing. Can you reassure people what they can do with that?
Exactly. With a delay, if your train has been disrupted and it's delayed by time, then you can claim compensation. Now, if it's delayed for half an hour or more, some companies will pay compensation for that. Some companies, and I was on one of these trains, actually pay compensation if your train is delayed for, say, 15 minutes. I was on a journey from Manchester Piccadilly to Peterborough, and the train was delayed on the track for about 20 minutes. No fault of the trains, there was just problems up ahead, and the train the train ticket officer came over the tunnel and said, the train's going to be delayed. I just wanted to tell you all that you are allowed to claim compensation. You do it this way. And they even offered us, you know, light refreshments. I thought that was really helpful. At the end of the day, it's not their fault. So you can't actually get angry with anyone. Just go ahead and get your refunds. What I would say in a situation, though, is make sure you keep your train ticket and try and claim within 28 days. Some say longer, but get it in within 28 days.
Okay, fine, thanks. Do you have a nice time in Peterlee?
I had a fantastic time, thank you.
Despite being a bit late?
I don't mind as long as I got there.
Lovely, lovely attitude.
Yeah.
One thing we can rely on is the amazing support you give to Comic Relief year after year. It's back for 2023, and we know only too well that this year finding the money to donate is going to be tougher than ever.
So to help with the fundraising, we're really excited to announce that someone from Morning Live has signed up to an epic challenge, and we've enlisted a very well-known voice to announce it all. So take it away, Alan.
Gethin Jones, your 24-hour challenge for this year's Comic Relief is strictly fitness. Gethin keeps dancing.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
Keep dancing, and you've got to keep that nose on as well, hopefully.
Do I?
Whether
For all
you can,
24 hours?
whether you can. I mean, 24 hours. Is it literally what it says on the tin? You've got to dance for 24 hours.
Yeah, I don't mind a physical challenge, but I have done nothing like this in my life before. I was delighted to do it, though. You know, Comic Relief and Red Nose Day itself, March the 17th, it's going to be epic. Trying to raise as much money as possible. Like I say, it's really tough at the moment, isn't it? Asking people for money. But as we do on the show, we look at homelessness and mental health problems and food poverty. If we can raise some money for those people who really need it, then I'm all in. 24 hours of dancing.
Yeah. Some company, though.
Yeah, I'm going to have some company. These guys are going to get involved. I don't know if they know this yet or not, but yeah, Range, Maeve, I'm sure should be
I wouldn't miss it for the race.
I'm going to bring popcorn.
Oh, that's good. Do bring the popcorn. I'll be definitely eating a thing. And then got Strictly Pro joining me every hour to keep me going. So lots of familiar faces
Well,
to the show.
you're in good shape. You should be, well, you are in good shape going into
I've
it.
never done something like this before.
No, but you've also, like you say, you need the morale, you need the extra boost. You've got Alex Jones from The One Show joining as well. You've managed to get round her.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, the thing is, you know, Morning Live and One Show, we work together, don't we? We're like brothers and sisters in that way. And I can't believe Alice signed up to this because, you know, Range will tell you I'm not the best dancer. Have you seen Alex? I mean,
Well, we will be seeing her. I think she's going to join you 10 hours into the challenge on The One Show. Is that right? On the Thursday night?
Yeah, so she's going to be dancing on the One Show on the Thursday before Red Nose Day. I mean, I don't know how that's going to work, but I can't wait to find out. But she wanted to support. I'm so glad she's on board.
It's going to be carnage, but it is an epic challenge. It's
Yeah.
going to be a massive undertaking. So we've enlisted some help for you, Gethin, from some people who know all about enjoying charity challenges. We've got Scott Mills and Owain Wynne Evans. Good morning, both.
Shemai.
Morning. Good morning. Shemai.
Scott, I mean, it wasn't long ago, but you've done a comic relief challenge before for 24 hours, the Lollathon. Have you got any advice for Gethin here?
Well, I mean, Gethin, if I can do it, you can definitely do it, okay? The Lollathon was me and Chris on Radio 1, and we did that a few times. That is just having comedians on and different guests. That's basically just being on the radio and staying up all night, okay? Which
You look
is
exhausted
hard.
there, by the way.
Yeah, hard but not impossible. But then when I did the treadmill, that was another level.
Well, I'm going to say, Scott, and I hope you take this in the way it's meant. Last time we saw you, you were in a right state. 24-hour challenge on the treadmill. There it is. It was a brilliant achievement. It was fantastic. Look at this thing in there. Yeah. What were the toughest points, Scott? What did you find hardest?
Well, there's a few things you need to do. Take it hour by hour, because what will happen is you'll hear little jingles going off, which say things like 18 hours to go, and that's not great. So just take it hour by hour. And at first, what I found was the hours ticked by. I was so surprised, like, what, another hour's gone? And then it starts to get really, really long. I would say the hardest part is 4 a.m. because you've still got a long way to go.
Is the
finish
reality
line
like
is
hitting
not in
now?
sight, and you're
Sorry,
going
it's still
to keep
smiling.
dancing. The thing is, I was just on a treadmill. I was just doing that, whereas you have to dance. But that's not for me, as some of us know.
My dancing's a bit like walking, to be fair.
I love the fact that Scott's not beating around the bush. He's telling you how it is. Owen, you're no stranger to a 24-hour challenge for charity. You played the drums for 24 hours. Again, different to walking on a treadmill, dancing. What was your secret weapon to get through that?
Oh my gosh! I mean, as Scott was saying, you know, it's tough. These things have to be tough. It's a challenge, isn't it? And the early hours are really hard. So this is the Big Bang, as we called it, where we all played the BBC News music together. My secret weapon, it's got to be your favourite snacks. So get whatever that may be. For me, it was chocolate crisps and vegetarian Scotch eggs. Mwah, chef's kiss. So definitely get some of those in. I'll send some to you.
Well, thank you very much. Well, Ranger's been offering the popcorn too, so I think I'll be all right with the food and the drink. Guys, when do you go to the toilet?
Oh, okay.
I have to stop.
You've definitely discussed this before.
Right, you go first.
Well, I don't know if it was the same for you, Scott, but they had to basically, right, I had this drum that they take me off the drum kits that I was playing and mount this drum onto me so I could walk around.
Is this where it is?
I'm serious. And then I could take the drum off to go to the toilet, but then the drum was back on. So I was, drumming most of the time.
Yeah. For me, it was you get 5 minutes break an hour, which is allowed, but that 5 minutes goes so quick, and your legs are going to be in a world of pain. So what I would recommend, and this is every hour, by the way, ice bath, horrendous on your feet, but it really, really helps. And this was an absolute game changer. To avoid blisters, change your socks every hour.
It's the sweat, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Was it the sweat that made it just rub a little bit of wet
The
socks?
medic in the room is agreeing with that, Scott, as well. What did you eat, Scott? What's your go-to food, by the way? Was it chocolate?
I mean, it was the same as Owen was saying. They'll ask you before, like, what are your favourite foods? And you can say, because you're going to be burning off so much, you can say it's pizza or chocolate. But I'll be honest, when it came down to it at 3 a.m., I did not feel like a pizza. So I just kind of grazed throughout. It was nuts, it was crisps, and then sometimes it was a little chocolate treat, but little and often was the way I got through it.
I can see you're ticking away already, aren't you? What snacks
this
you
is
want?
really, really helpful. And I was just thinking as well, Scott, very much enjoying your new show on BBC Radio 2. O's, you start yours early breakfast in a couple of weeks. Music, right?
Yes.
O's, like music must be something that can keep me going through this challenge.
Oh, definitely. And Scott, I don't know if it was the same for you, but with the drumathon, I have to choose like 400 songs or something ludicrous like that, which I could play. And my favourite bit was choosing the songs that I knew that would keep me going through the early hours. As Scott said, 4 a.m, not great. So I had a bit of Gina G on. I was drumming to Gina G. I was drumming to the Spice Girls. It was like the campest early morning ever.
Look forward to your new show on February 13th.
Also, Gethin, so much will be happening around you.
Yeah.
For instance, at the end of mine, Mel C turned up and did a performance. I can't promise that, but there will be so much happening around you that the time does go by, just get that ice bath and get a rub down every hour.
Boys, you're absolutely brilliant. And I very much enjoyed watching your challenges. And it's really made me think about this, actually. Thanks, lads.
Thank you.
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you. All the best. It'll be amazing.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Food for thought. There's been plenty of advice on snacks, hasn't it?
Plenty more of them calls as well, I presume.
Yeah.
All the advice.
I think, I'll be calling the whole time. So lots to think about, and since I found out actually, and when I did find out I was doing this challenge, I also found out that the Strictly tour was coming to Manchester. So I went straight down to get some tips from the experts.
Strictly Fitness has proven time and time again that no matter who you are or what shape you're in, getting moving for just 1 minute a day can make a real difference. But when we started it at the beginning of 2021,
guide us through our very first Strictly Fitness home workout. Oaks, you ready for this?
I am, are you?
Do you still get nervous with this music?
I do.
I thought you might.
I never expected to be signing up to do it for every minute of a whole day. But Comic Relief called, and I'm going to answer. Now, I quite enjoy a workout. I do a lot of strength training and some cardio too. But nothing even comes close to 24 hours of solid dancing. And if there's one thing being on Strictly has taught me, is that you're not as fit as you think you are.
So I've come backstage to the Strictly Come Dancing live tour to get advice from those who've been dancing for a lifetime.
I think the key to it is making sure that you've had something really good and healthy to eat.
Sweets, they'll help you out. I used to go through a packet of sweets in one training session.
Eat plenty of bananas so you don't cramp.
Oh.
Just giving you tips off the top of my head. And just little tiny bits, and make sure that you chew it like 35 times so it really is like a pulp in your mouth, so you're not digesting down here. You've done all the work in your mouth. Don't do coffee.
What?
Don't do coffee.
Hang on. No one told me about this.
You will crash.
I'm not signing up to this if I come to coffee.
You will crash.
No coffee.
Why don't you come on over?
Quad stretch.
Good quad. Move your hips around as well. Like nobody wants to see wardrobe hips on the dance floor for 24 hours. I'll switch over.
You're going to quantity over quality. Yeah. I still want to be loosey-goosey.
What are you going to do for 24 hours? From your Strictly experience. Come on.
Yeah.
Don't start with a drive. I would personally start slow.
Yeah.
You know, maybe a little bit of rumba.
And stay slow.
And stay slow.
Like, what kind of prep do you put in before, like a tour or a long stint, like I'm going to be doing?
Tape up your feet.
What do you mean tape up?
That's
Like
what I do.
blisters?
Yeah,
Blisters,
you know, like
what do you call them?
blisters, and also tape for your arches because your arches are going to really hurt.
Everything aches, it's hard. So what you got to do is make sure you keep yourself well oiled up.
You can go as low as you can.
That is nice.
Yeah, well oiled up. Okay.
Hang
No,
on,
I don't mean oil on your
I thought you meant oil on, like oiled up.
Just as much glitter as possible.
I need some comfy shoes.
What you need is a good sock. There's two things you don't need in life. Socks that end up in your shoe, they get on my nerves.
Oh, yeah.
And pants that got your bum.
Yeah.
You don't need either of those.
Get some glitter on your chest.
Mm-hmm.
Because then whenever you're lacking motivation or like you're struggling a little bit, you look down at your chest and be like, I'm on Strictly.
Get good music. Not your normal sort of
No,
playlist.
yeah, it's bad, yeah.
It's depressing.
It's not a chance at all. I'm putting glitter on my chest.
No, you have come on.
I think 24 hours is a piece of cake for you. No, I really do. You've seen the Strictly Challenge. You've been there. You've done it. It's all for a great cause.
It is. I'm up for this now. Will you video call me the night before? You're the best team. I'm like ready to do it.
I'm ready, babe.
Will
You
you
need
do
a
it?
call from me. I will give you a call.
Okay, can I get your number? Is that right?
Absolutely.
Thanks. Wasn't expecting that, getting Shirley Ballas's number.
I know, very cool.
Yeah.
What do you say when you phone us?
The Queen, obviously.
Absolutely.
The
Well,
Queen of Dance.
someone else you've got in your phone, Jeanette.
Yes.
She's joining us now.
Oh,
There
always
she
lovely
is.
to see Jeanette Monrara.
Hello. Good morning.
Hi, everybody.
Jeanette, you're in the middle of the Strictly tour. You're in Newcastle today. We're going to go straight into it. Gethin's doing his challenge. What's your advice to keep his energy levels up?
Well, I always say just play really good music. Really good music gets you excited, gets you motivated. I blast music in the morning to start my day, and it's just what's going to motivate you to keep going when the times get tough at like 4 a.m. like Spot said.
Yeah, that 4 a.m. slot everyone's talking about, aren't they? So, Jeanette, you had one of the biggest challenges in Strictly history when Dr. Range was made your partner. Where did you start? I mean, I feel like I'm starting all over again. Where did you start with something? How did you get someone into shape, into dance shape, right?
Yeah, well, look at us in Yellow Range week 1. Little did we know the adventure that awaited after that week. We used to always warm up, Range and I, and we blast fun music. We do a little bit of sit-ups just to get the core engaged. We'd stretch to get the muscles loose and the blood flowing in the body. But for us, it was just about having fun to get the day and the mind excited and ready to go.
She used to sit on my feet. Or sit on my feet when I was
did.
doing sit-ups.
Oh, not just in general.
To keep you warm.
When it comes to music, why is it so important? I mean, is there a scientific thing behind it, or is it just a feel good?
I think it's more a distraction thing, isn't it? Because obviously I find exercise really boring, it's tedious, it can be uncomfortable. You can use music as your motivator, as your distractor. It keeps you going. Whatever makes that activity more fun. That's why I dance now for exercise.
Yeah.
Because actually it doesn't feel like exercise anymore. And that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, you do dance classes, don't you?
I do. I do Latin classes now.
So music's important, and I always listen to everything Jeanette tells me, obviously. But one thing I did struggle with is when you told me that I couldn't have coffee, Jeanette.
Yes.
That's a big one for you.
Yes. This is a big one because I know how much you love coffee. You're an avid coffee drinker, but coffee does give you that slump. So all you crave is more and more and more of it. It dehydrates you. You're going to end up having 15 cups of coffee in the day, which isn't good for your heart rate. So I would suggest in the lead up to it, cut coffee for a week, get used to not having coffee, and just load up on lots of peanuts, fruits. You know I love bananas, but bananas are very good for you. So things like that will help you stay more stabilized energy throughout the whole thing.
Shirley Balance said that too.
What?
Must be true. Bananas are good. Stop cramp as well.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh yeah, keep chewing it. So you don't have to digest, get a stitch.
35 times there.
Lots of advice today from Owen to Scott, Jeanette. Ranj, anything that we've forgotten about?
Well, you're going to be using up a lot of fluid, a lot of electrolytes, and a lot of energy. So you're going to make sure you replace those. As Jeanette said, making sure you're hydrated, eating things that are going to replace your electrolyte. Bananas are brilliant for that because they contain potassium, and that's why they prevent cramps. And keeping your energy levels up. So you're going to need to be snacking small amounts. Carb-heavy stuff usually is pretty good for immediate energy, but also sensible things like make sure you've got sensible footwear on, make sure your posture is good, otherwise you'll end up in trouble. Simple things like nipple covers to reduce chafing, sensible underwear to reduce chafing down there, and decent deodorant, Gethin.
I lent you some of mine from when I was pregnant.
For everyone's sake, I'll make sure I get a decent deodorant.
Yeah.
Hey, just as we're talking about this, we're getting lots of messages in. Thank you so much. Although there's a few people who are not convinced I can do this. John's saying, I can't wait to see this. He sometimes looks like he's tired after 1 minute at the end of the show, let alone 24 hours.
Very fair point, John.
Good luck, Jeff. What a great thing to do. Lisa, Helen, Sarah, lots more. Thank you so much for your message. I'm going to need you over the next few weeks.
Yeah, well, we got one more message for you, Gethin. Check this out.
I was very excited to learn that you are going to be doing 24 hours of Strictly Fitness. Now, I would love to join you for the entire thing, but I'm afraid I simply cannot pull a panicked and confused facial expression for that long. And my coordination levels can't handle it. But I know you are going to do an amazing job. You'll probably have mastered the shimmy by the end of it. And I'm cheering for you, and I hope I can join you for some of it. Lots of love. Good luck. Bye.
Can you tell that Dr. Zander's currently on tour with Operation Ouch at the moment in Australia? It's a bit of high pace there, isn't he? Look forward to seeing Sandy when he gets back. Jeanette, thanks very much. Good luck in Newcastle tonight. You're in Newcastle colours, and it's a big night. It's a buzz around the place at the moment, isn't it? Because Newcastle are in their first final in 25 years. Of course you knew that. Of course you knew.
Big parties up there.
Yeah. Enjoy tonight. Right then, let's get some Strictly On, shall we? You've had some great advice. Might as well start practicing now. Reese is ready for us. Here comes a minute. Cue the music.
Oh,
hey, just a minute. Let's get warmed up.
Yes, all right. We are the Strictly Fitness Charleston Week. Oh, you're going to hurt so bad doing that. We are looking through the swivel. It's from Molly Collis' Charleston. Some fancy walking today. But here are the initial warm-ups to get us in there. So the first one is simply a jog. But I want you to be able to be hitting your bum with heels if you can. If you've got no cheeks, you're being too meek. So reach for the bum.
So it's when we talked about sensible footwear, yeah?
Yes,
It's ideal for this move, yeah?
Maybe you can get away with not doing
Right,
it.
I got it.
Let's play together. And with more oomph. Let's play like a top dog. Anywhere at all. Let's play to win. And let's play for the fun of it. Let's play online with Mecha Bingo.
How do you feel when you're walking, gardening, cooking, playing, and lifting? Has a lot to do with how your body feels when you're sitting. That's why our exclusive chair fitting makes sure your neck, back and hips are properly supported. Because when this feels good, so does everything else. HSL. Feel good furniture.
Richard O'Brien's legendary rock and roll musical The Rocky Horror Show returns to Southampton. Get ready to do the time warp and celebrate with his 50th anniversary tour. It's the biggest party and you're all invited to Mayflower Theatre from the 20th to the 25th of March. Book your tickets today at mayflower.org.uk.
ITVX is the UK's freshest new streaming service with thousands of shows and films. But did you know you can go premium with ITVX?
Nice and cool, you know what I mean?
Stream all of your favorites ad-free.
Wonderful, perfect.
And get even more shows and films with access to BritBox. Well, he's happy. So, what are you waiting for?
I'm sold.
Start your free 7-day trial today and go premium on ITVX.
This morning, sponsored by Arnold Clark.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to your Wednesdays this morning.
Well, there's expected to be 500,000 workers on strike today, making it the UK's biggest day of industrial action in a decade.
So, if you wouldn't usually be watching us, or you're back for the first time since lockdown, hello again, and we hope that you enjoyed the show.
So, where should we start? What about move over McDonald's and KFC? That's a tough thing to say. There's
Breaks your
new,
heart,
I know,
doesn't it?
just be a little bit quicker there. There's a new food hotspot in town.
Yes, as the UK's first ever Indian drive-through opens in Bolton, we've sent the Bank of Dave to try it out, and he's there right now. Look at that, it looks very impressive. Hi, Dave. So explain where you are and what you're doing this morning.
Good morning, Holly. Good morning, Philip. It's amazing. We're in Bolton, living the dream, and it's nearly sunny. I'm in the first ever British Indian drive-through in history, and they're open for breakfast. How cool is that?
It's really cool. I'm just looking at the menu.
Sure.
It's a great menu. Can you get me some sweet Bombay toast?
That's what I wanted, because I feel I don't quite know what that's going to look like, but it says it's a twist on French toast.
Yeah, that's right. Give us a second. Here we go. Hello. I need some sweet Bombay toast for the team down in London, and I'd like a kebab roll and an omelette breakfast. Not a full English. I want a full Indian. Can you do that? Yes, please. I'd also like some samosa chat, some samosa burgers, and I'll have some chips as well. That'd be amazing. No, that's brilliant. Fantastic. Holly, this is amazing. It's the most wonderful drive-through. It's a really, really modern operation, and it's brilliant to see it up in the north of England. Fantastic.
It does make you wonder why it hasn't happened until now, doesn't it?
Lots of different things.
It's a genius idea.
Yes. This is Atia. Good morning. Could I have all that plus a little bit of ice cream, please? Tell you what, we're living the dream. I'm bringing this home for everybody down in London. We're going to eat half of it first, but before I do, let me speak to Mr. Ali. Mr. Ali, tell me what's happening.
Everything's happening over here at Chaiwala. It's our first drive-through store. We're very happy to have you guys here.
And you start at 9 o'clock, you go through till 11:30. What happens at night?
Well, we get all sorts of people in here from all different backgrounds. It's a nice, chill atmosphere.
Fantastic. And tell me a little bit about how you're going to expand, what you're going to do next. Where do you go from this wonderful place here in Bolton?
So we've got 80 stores around the world. 6 of those are in Canada. We've just recently opened in Dubai. We've got stores opening throughout Europe and the USA this year. It's going to be a really exciting time for the brand.
And what's your favourite food out of everything?
It's the curry chai.
Fantastic. Well, I'm going to take this down for the team.
Yeah.
I might need a little bit of ice cream, so if you can just hang fire, it might melt on the way to London. I'll see you very
See you
soon.
later, guys. Have a lovely day.
Fantastic. Well, everybody, I'll tell you what it is. I can't believe we've got the very first drive-through here, and it tastes amazing. Breakfast in Bolton. It don't get any better than that.
I want to try.
See you soon, everybody.
Don't eat while you're driving, otherwise we'll end up with another Rishi Sunak moment.
I'm still in the car park. So we all have to be in the see you very soon.
Bank of Days currently in the top 3 films on Netflix in the UK. Congratulations.
Well done, you. That's amazing, isn't it?
Well, I tell you what it is. We hit number 1 a couple of weeks ago, and I just can't believe we're still in the top 10. I mean, we've got those massive blockbuster Hollywood movies, $400 million movies, and Bank of Day from Burnley still living the dream, eh?
Right too.
Well done.
Lovely to talk to you this morning.
See you later.
Thanks, Dave.
What
Thank
a
you.
brilliant idea. So that English breakfast, or English-ish breakfast, is a masala omelette with masala beans, 2 lamb bacon rashers, 2 sausages and 2 slices of toast.
I was just thinking at the end of the night, on the way home.
I know. I mean, it is just
It's like
perfect.
the best.
Sweet Bombay toast was a twist on the classic French toast with a bun soaked in sweet egg mix sprinkled with sugar. Aloo paratha, famous paratha with a spiced potato filling filled with a yogurt dip.
Hello.
Love that.
Yummy.
Right then, here's what else we've got coming up on the show today. He's making sure you are the most popular parent around. Steve Wilson's joining us with this year's must-have toys. Morning, Steve.
Good morning. Good morning. Well, it's been the London Toy Fair, and with a report saying that the average price of popular toys is around about £10, I've got loads around that price range to show you. In fact, I've got so much we might have to stretch the time a bit.
Oh, very good. Also on the show, cake or cartoon. This is going to blow your mind. Juliet Sears in the kitchen with the new food trend that is straight out of a comic book. This is amazing. I'm looking at it with my own eyes, and it's it's confusing.
Quite weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Clever, isn't it? So yeah, they look really sort of 2D, like they're just like drawn like a picture.
Yeah.
And I think it's like, you'd say an optical illusion, would you say?
So clever.
Yeah.
I mean, we both walked in and said, oh my God, they're brilliant. Are they easy to do?
They are pretty easy to do. I've got an easy version to do if kids are at home, so it's like an edible art class. You do it on a cupcake. It's really quite simple. Just a couple of tips which I'll show you how to get the effect. And yeah, it's really fun.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
very
Thank you.
As Alison and Josie head to the French Alps, prepare for things to go off piste.
I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm never going to be able to come back here ever again.
Find out the reason behind that reaction a little bit later on.
And if that wasn't enough mayhem, we'll be playing not 1 but 2 games of Spin to Win today. So make sure you are ready at 10:20 and 12:15.
Also coming up, she's transporting viewers to the glamorous Italian Riviera. We'll be speaking to Natasha Macalone about her new series, Hotel Portofino. That's at 11:15.
And as the cost of living crisis continues, Alice Beale will be telling us about the risks of buy now, pay later schemes. That's at 11:35.
And it's the series gripping viewers once again ahead of the finale of Happy Valley. Criminologist David Wilson will be taking us inside the mind of a psychopath at midday.
And just a quick word about today's phone-in. After a new report found that 1 in 4 people are struggling to get a GP appointment, Dr. Philippa will be here to answer your medical concerns.
So whether you are suffering from a persistent cough or you would like a second opinion on something, give us a call for free on 08000 30 40 44. You can download our free This Morning app to get involved. Please get in touch by 11:15 today. You must be 18 or over.
Now it's time to discuss today's top stories with Tom Swarbrick and Vanessa Phelps. Welcome.
Morning.
Thank you for being here. So we have a lot more new viewers today because it seems that many people are at home. 500,000 workers are due to take part in walkouts across a range of sectors, making it the biggest strikes since 2011. Around 7 million children will reportedly miss out on lessons today, with an estimated 85% of English and Welsh state schools all expected to close their doors to some of their people.
Walkout Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's the big one. Trains are off, the drivers are out. As you say, 7 million children missing school.
Nobody on the roads this morning?
No, but first teacher strike in a long time with the potential for more to come. The talks don't seem to be going all that well with government. And this looks pretty baked in because unless and until inflation really starts to go down, even when it does, that doesn't solve some of the problems that teachers and NHS workers are saying that they have when it comes to staffing and job load and morale. So it feels like we're in this for some time, unfortunately, because kids being off school is a real problem if you're both trying to work.
It's likely to cost the economy £200 million.
Yeah.
Is there any way out?
I just don't know. I can't see why this is beyond the wit and wisdom of the country's most skillful mediators. I can't see why we can't iron out some kind of agreement, because obviously the basic bottom line in all of this is the people striking don't want to strike. It costs them money. Teachers are also parents. Train drivers are also parents. Everybody wants to be at work. Everybody wants the economy to grow. We all benefit if the economy grows. So if the basic will is to reach some kind of agreement, why can't we reach an agreement? That's what I don't understand. And when every time I speak to an interview almost every day, union representatives from all different nurses unions, train drivers unions and everything else, and they always say, and the government won't sit around the table. If only they'd sit around the table. You think, come on, where's the linking table?
Yeah,
let's have a table. And
that.
why don't we get all the? Why does it have to be individual? Why can't we have all the union leaders
and
all
why are not doing that?
I don't know, but they never seem to. They always say that no one will negotiate.
They've got different competing demands. Each union has its separate requests and reasons for doing what it's doing. It's a different department of government that they would be negotiating with. But that's what I mean about it being baked in. There doesn't seem to be a way of getting to a resolution on this. And I do think whether it's the government who won't talk about pay, refuse to talk about pay at all, which is that's not going to work.
How can that work? To refuse to talk about pay to people who are striking, and one of the main reasons is pay. I know there are many other reasons, working conditions and everything else. Why refuse?
But
It doesn't help anybody,
there
does
are
it?
economists who should listen to all the very complicated stories on both sides of the argument, who say, first of all, we can't afford it. So we can't afford to pay what's being asked for. In some of the union disputes, there are other aspects, sort of safety and so it's not just about pay, but also to pay what is being asked would end up feeding inflation, and so it is. It's one of those terrible loops that goes round and round, and you're looking at it to see who's going to blink first.
The damage being done is immense. The kind of misery on the faces of the people who feel they have no choice but to strike is immense. Children, this is particularly difficult today because schools haven't been warned whether teachers are or are not striking.
I think that's terrible.
Which does seem to me to be terrible. I don't see why. if they're striking, they're striking. But I don't see why they couldn't at least help people to prepare for this and help, head teachers and help parents and everything else. So I really think, and I keep thinking this, and I that they need mediators from outside. So if it's not government and it's not the union, it needs to be skilled, I would say, captains of industry, people who run huge businesses, people who are good at mediating, so they can make us get us out of this. Otherwise, it's like a trough that we're sinking into, and it's getting worse. And I can't so far see any benefit at all yet for the strikers.
There's a lot of public support still for strikes based on some of the polling, and I just wonder to what extent that might start to diminish as inflation is set to come down as it is. Do you think that the pay demands of some of the unions will start to look less reasonable if inflation is at 4% or 5% and stuff? But that's what it strikes me the race is between now.
But I don't know how much it
Inflation
matters.
falling,
We
pay
always
demands.
discuss, is public opinion for or against? Does the public broadly support striking nurses or broadly not? It seems to be pretty even. It's kind of 38-41% or something like that, very close. But I don't know whether it matters really whether the public supports or doesn't support. Because if you're adamant there's nothing you can do but strike, you're going to strike. But it can't be an impasse that we're all stuck in for months and months.
Yeah.
And so who are the people in this country who could make it happen? I always feel like the late Anita Roddick. You remember the boss of Body Shop? You remember how brilliant she was, and also how engaging she was, and how creative she was. Somebody like that, somebody like Richard Branson or someone, somebody who can do that stuff and sort it out. It must be. It can't be impossible.
But saying that, I mean, we're talking about a whole load of elected brains that we've all.
But they don't seem to be prepared to try.
On either side of the house that you put in that building, you'd think that they'd be talented enough to sort it out
The
themselves.
thing is, it's all very, I get the point about we need to have, at some stage, someone's got to make a decision ultimately about money. And this line about we can't offer inflation busting pay rises, I get and I understand the point they're trying to make. It's undermined by the 15% they gave to barristers. They gave barristers a pay rise of 15%. That's inflation busting. So I'm not sure how that line holds if you're saying, well, we can't give inflation busting pay rises, but we did it for the barristers, but we can't do it for... I think that's
very
going to
good
be a bit
point.
tricky.
Yeah. Let's move on to a different story now. And this is a murderer who was never revealed where he hid his wife's body. Is set to be freed from jail after the government decided not to challenge the decision. So this is Coulsley, he was handed a life sentence for killing his wife, Carol, who disappeared in 1985, a year after he moved his lover into the family home in Bournemouth in Dorset. And actually, we had their daughter Samantha here on the show back in October, and she was saying how much pain that it had caused her family sitting across somebody telling that story, who's lived through that. The pain of never knowing what happened to her mother or where she was. So this has kind of opened up the question that the parole board should reconsider this decision. Like, really, is he, if the whole purpose of going to prison is rehabilitation and you go there and you don't come out and reveal where the body is, are you really?
I think that I think it'd be very difficult to try and force somebody to give that information.
There's a power in not giving that information.
Exactly.
David Wilson's here later on, and I think he'll probably say the same.
It's to continue the torture, isn't
Yeah,
it? And
yeah.
to continue the punishment, and to, not only deprive children of their mother, but also to continue to torment them.
It's a power
It's appalling,
dynamic, isn't it?
actually.
Yeah.
And I wonder whether it might be possible to invoke some kind of, I don't know, arm of the law, which would mean that you could be allowed to, having completed your sentence, be free, but only on condition that you reveal this.
Yeah, why not?
Why is that so difficult to achieve? Well, just say you can leave, but we need to know where you buried your lady wife's
So why
body.
would the government decide not to challenge the decision?
I don't know.
I just hope that we've heard such horrendous stories about failings in the probation service of
Yeah.
monitoring what are clearly quite dangerous people. And this guy's already been out once and had to come back in because he breached those terms. And you just hope for the family and frankly a lot of other people's sake that the services are in place to be able to watch this guy very, very carefully and if necessary recall him to prison, whether or not unfortunately he gives the information about where the body is or
Awful
not.
for the family.
It's
How
It's
sad.
terrible.
And how
terrible.
awful. And also, what kind of remorse are you showing if you keep on torturing them like this? It's terrible. I'm really sorry for them.
Let's go to a completely different story. Love Island star Molly May Hague has revealed that her baby daughter's unique name is Bambi. Announcing the news on Instagram, she shared a photo of her week-old baby laying in a crib in a nursery, which featured the name Bambi in light up
Lovely nursery,
wall.
look at that.
I know.
It sparked a conversation. Should parents be thoughtful about what they name their children and what they should be called? Obviously, because that's for life. Some social media users have helpfully pointed out that Bambi is a boy in the animated film, although neither of us even knew that. I don't know.
No idea. That's true.
It was funny. I was like, I didn't. I
didn't
don't
know
we
that.
firstly say congratulations to Molly
Well,
May?
yes,
Congratulations, baby, because that's the most important thing. They've brought a healthy life into this
Very
world,
sweet
and that's
baby.
really
Is it
exciting.
anyone's business what you call your baby?
No, I've got an Allegra Sibylla and a Saskia Clemency, and our newest grandbaby is called Cecily Violet. And I'm thrilled to bits with all of those names. I remember when I was at university, one of the most glamorous girls was called Annapurna. How gorgeous. I mean, I just thought, wow, and another one was called Ondine. I mean, to have a gorgeous name.
But if, it was,
Ondine,
but
how
if there was
lovely.
a child in school called Salad Bowl, then what would it
Probably known as Sally, and nobody would care less, would they?
It could be any. You could call your child anything you like.
I think it's your choice.
What's Elon Musk's kids
Oh,
called? X and Y?
XXYXO or something.
Yeah. I mean, good luck to them. It's quite a mouthful. It's probably difficult to explain that. What are you called? Why? No, I'm only asking. It sounds a bit aggressive.
That
isn't
can
it?
be a bit.
So I think you're right. People are going to judge, but people will judge about anything. So live and let live.
Did you know Bambi was a boy though?
It's
I
Bambi
don't
a
know.
boy.
I don't know.
I think
How
Bambi
many
is
thumb
boy, and I
was
think
a-
Barbar's a boy.
Niles, have you gained weight? Yes, but you always put on a lot with your first baby. The hardest part is the mood swings. Geez, Niles, don't you think you're taking this sympathetic pregnancy thing too far? I'm simply giving in to the primal cycle of life. I have no control over it. In that case, get off my Chanel couch before your water breaks. Oh, hello, I'm Dr. Fraser Perry.
Harvest Finkelman, delighted.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, I can't stay. Miles and Daphne, of course, and this is my dad, Martin Crane. Miss Finkelman, delighted.
Nice to meet you, Martin.
Likewise.
So are you planning to participate in your grandchild's birth?
Oh, no, I'm kind of old school. Clean the kid up, slap a ball on her head, then call me in.
Oh, guess who had their baby? Brad and Cindy?
I'm so happy.
He gets very emotional lately. It was a beautiful experience, I made a tape if you'd like to see it.
I would like to not see it.
No, this would be good for us. Play it.
It was an 18-hour labor. This should be about 2 hours into it.
I'm so excited, Daphne. I can't wait till this is us.
Oh, look at Cindy glow.
Mother of God, just kill me!
She seems like she's in a little pain. Oh, pain is just fear leaving the body.
That's a boatload of fear.
Stop that damn drum before I put your head through it!
She laughed at that afterwards.
I've seen enough.
You see how Cindy pushes through the pain.
I'm not pushing through anything. I'm having my baby the way God intended. In a hospital, numb from the waist down. Now take your incense and your woo-woo stick and get out. And you, stop acting pregnant. You're a man, for God's sake.
Charlotte, where's my date?
I'm so sorry. She just called. She had to cancel.
That does it.
No, we'll find another evening.
No, Charlotte, we will not. You have set me on enough miserable dates. Thank you. Before you fix me up with a doll-collecting war criminal or a hashish-smoking burger flipper, I want out. And I want my money back.
Frasier, this is a process. I have only sent you out on 5 dates. Do you cure your patients in 5 sessions?
Oh, no.
This client roster is filled with fascinating women. I just signed a new one this morning. Botany professor, avid bicycle rider, very striking. But you know what? If you're going to be so impatient, then we should just end this now. I'll write you a check.
Wait.
No. I'm sure you'll do much better on your own. With $10,000, you can download a lot of love.
Well, let's not be too hasty. That striking Viking botanist sounded like me.
I don't know.
Please?
Don't beg. It's a turn off. All right. Why don't I get us some drinks and then we can talk about our next move?
Great.
He's a big radio star, smart, really sweet. So think about it. Here's my card.
You lied to me. You have 5 clients. There is no roster of eligible women.
You looked at my client log?
Yes, I've seen your log and I've dated every toad on it.
Is this the guy? No, different guy. Call me.
The police might be interested in this little scam of yours.
It is not a scam. I just didn't have time to put the other pictures in, and I will not work 1 second with someone who threatens me. I'll mail you a check.
I'll save the price of a stamp. I'll see you at your office tomorrow.
Fine. I'd say come alone, but that's a given. Oh, what a day.
Charlotte, are you okay?
I can't give you a check. I've already spent the money on rent and food and these shoes. These stupid shoes.
Come on now. It's okay.
No, it's not. Nothing's okay. I lied to you. I just started this business. But I'm really good at what I do. I used to run the biggest matchmaking business in Chicago before I lost it to my rotten ex-husband in the divorce.
Divorce? But you're wearing a wedding ring.
It's camouflage. It inspires confidence. And nobody wants a matchmaker whose life's a mess. Like me. I'm divorced. My business is a joke. I'm up to my ass in debt. I had to move in with my mother. I am 35 years old, and I am living with my mother. How pathetic is that?
Well, I've seen worse. You mentioned something earlier about having a drink.
Oh, believe me, I will. If my mother hasn't finished the bottle.
I meant here.
No, I really can't. I've got to get home. I have paperwork. I have calls to make.
It's my treat.
Double scotch. So then I spent 5 soul-sucking years in advertising, dreaming up slogans for Crunchios.
Crunchios or Munchie with your lunchy or your brunchy? That was you?
Yeah. I felt better about myself when I was pushing cigarettes. Then one day I fixed up my boss with my friend and they ended up getting married.
And thus a career was born.
What better way to make a living than by helping people be happy?
So does your old boss toast you every year when he celebrates his anniversary?
Actually, he's a she now. And my friend's kind of bitter. I got the hang of it after that. Until I lost the business and came here and moved in with my crazy ass mother.
For what it's worth, it will get easier living with her.
Is that your professional opinion?
Actually, it's a personal one. My dad lives with me.
No.
11 years.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, it does take a while to adjust to each other before you're perfectly in sync.
How long did that take?
I'll let you know. Truth be told, I'm going to miss him when he moves out.
I was missing my mother when I was in Chicago. Now I just wish she was missing. I didn't realize it was so late. Frank's waiting for me at home.
Frank?
My boyfriend.
Oh. Serious?
Yes, but he has a fun-loving side, too.
No, I meant the relationship. Do you lie awake nights thinking about it?
A little. It's still new, but I have my fingers crossed.
Well, good luck with it.
Thank you. And if you'll let me, I'm going to find someone fantastic for you too, Fraser, because you deserve it.
And because you have my $10,000.
Are you going to mention that every time you say it?
Hey baby, I hear the blues are calling.
If it's more than just a morning's offering of Frasier you fancy, you can stream all episodes right now on All 4.
But I don't know what to do with those tossed salads and scrambled eggs. They're calling again. Good night, Seattle, we love you.
Ding-a-ling-ling-ling-ling-ling. The donkey alarm clock says, start the day with a zing in your step. Sensational breakfast entertainment, sponsored by Listerine.
What happened at the party?
You know what happened?
I don't remember. I was so out of it. He took advantage of you.
Show us the goods. Show us the goods. Show us the goods. Show us.
Mr. Johnson, a word.
I think you might need to delete that video. No face, no case.
What actually happened?
She's gagging for me. It's her word against mine.
You know what he did to me? Inspired by true events.
You have to believe me.
Consent. Tuesday at 10 on Channel 4 and All 4.
The bottom line with farming is that nothing stops.
Yorkshire shepherdess Amanda Owen.
So they're heading out into the wild.
Is visiting some of the UK's most incredible farms.
I mean, it's a cliche, but it's a way of life, definitely.
A brand new series, Amanda Owen's Farming Lives, continues tonight at 9 on All 4. Stream the series so far on All 4.
This is live from PS5. Let's go now to our first story. The good people of Manhattan woke up to a gift from their favorite hero as he delivered a gang of criminals on something of a webbed platform.
Historic scenes unfolding in San Francisco.
The first of her tribe to have laid eyes on this city in over 2,000 years.
Unsure whether to call a doctor or a god.
Experts are linking all these events to an increase in activity on PS5.
Story's coming a little faster. It's not flat. I'm just great next week. Try to cut you off there. Unprecedented age.
Let's go right now.
This was live from PS5, bringing you the extraordinary.
My grandparents purchased this place in the 50s. I got it, and I want my family to come here for generations. It's gonna be beautiful.
We all have to make sure Pam's happy. Let the reno begin.
No. I'm a mermaid. This is my mermaid castle. This has to be a masterpiece. I am not gonna settle for less. Forget it.
A brand new series, Pamela Anderson's Family Home Renovation, starts next Wednesday at 10 on Law 4 and Law 4. The Channel 4 News Summary here in an hour. First, it's Dodgy Wig time in a repeat of Undercover Boss USA.
Since the premiere of Undercover Boss, more than 60 bosses have given away nearly $6 million.
I have attracted $250,000.
Oh my God.
And implemented sweeping company-wide changes.
As a company, we're actually going to restore the 401k. It's $1 million expense.
To benefit the lives of more than 40 million employees.
Woo! Some people I just want to punch in the face sometimes.
But not everyone deserved to be rewarded.
Someone's not saying something. Welcome to Modes. I've had 1 minute of training. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. I'm talking to you. Can you come back here? I need dipping. Y'all better chill.
Tonight, the latest boss to take this gamble is Bruce Two Dogs.
Good morning, Buttercup House. Samantha speaking.
Hello, can I speak to Anne White, please?
Can I ask who's calling?
Gordon, her son.
Hang on a second. Oh. Gordon's on the phone. Hello?
Hello, Mum.
How are you, Gordon? All right?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Nice to hear from you.
Yeah. You okay?
I'm fine. Yeah. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you doing today then?
I went for the postman.
Waiting to the postman.
Yeah. I got some bits on eBay.
Oh, that's nice. What
Yeah.
was it?
A jumper. I think I got a gold bracelet. No, hang on. I can't remember now.
Check what you buy.
Yeah, I know.
So, what are you doing today then?
I don't know, really. Did you hear from Lee yesterday?
Eh?
Did Lee phone you?
I think he did, yeah.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, why?
No, because I asked him to phone you.
You asked him to phone me.
Yeah,
I think he did.
that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's all right.
We've got each other, ain't you?
Yeah.
I am tired.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You been partying?
No. No, I've been doing that. Save that for when I go out.
Yeah.
Nice music today.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Nice music. You ought to learn to dance, Claude.
I used to dance. I don't dance now, though.
Eh?
I don't dance now.
You're laying down at the moment.
No, I don't dance.
But you should learn. I learned from when I was quite young.
Yeah.
And it's nice, Claude. It brings happiness in your life.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Everything into your music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Slow Jack.
You were singing that yesterday, Mum.
Eh?
You were singing that yesterday.
I know I sang yesterday. I love music. Remember I used to go in competitions?
Yeah.
Oh, Jack. See, if you danced enough, you could have done that. Music is good.
Yeah.
Oh, Jack. I am knackered.
You're knackered. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I need it.
I just had a pot noodle, man.
Pardon?
I just had a pot noodle.
Oh, that's nice for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that must be Mark. Mark or Lee.
Mike, has Mike been to see you yet?
No, he's too busy with his girlfriend, isn't
Yeah.
he? Yeah. Anyway, I'll probably see you sometime, Gordon, but I can't at the moment.
Really?
Yeah, I love the music. Let's go. Yeah. When I get going, I get going.
I mean, Mum,
Yeah.
how's walking?
Getting better.
Is it?
Yeah, my walking, yeah. Go. Yeah, I love music. I suppose I'll always be that way.
Yeah.
So, what's today now? Thursday, isn't it?
Aye.
Thursday today, isn't it? Have I got that right?
It's Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday.
Yeah. The 1st of February.
Oh, say again.
1st of February.
Oh, 1st of February. Anyway, I gotta go now. Alright?
Aye.
I'll better go now and I'll see you later, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You want to go already?
Oh, yeah. I'm
I'm-
listening to music, and
I've just phoned up.
oh, God.
I just phoned you.
You phoned me, I know. I've got the music on.
That's all right. I'm still here.
You can't beat the good music.
I know.
What's the time, please, God?
It's 20 to 11.
Oh, right, okay. Right.
What did you have for breakfast?
Eggs.
Ham and egg.
Yeah.
You had ham and egg for breakfast.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, God, I've got an itchy nose. Hey, come down here tomorrow.
Aye?
Come down here, Mum.
No, Mum.
Why?
Oh, because I'm at home.
What you say?
I'm at home.
Oh, gosh, yeah, I forgot. Sorry.
That's all right. Did Lee say he's going to come over and see you again?
I can't come over yet. Not yet. Because I'm only just starting to walk.
Yeah, I know, Mum. And what about Lee?
Hey?
Lee's going to go and see you again, isn't he?
Say again?
Lee's going to come and see you.
I don't know when. He will.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm tired, Gordon. Think of it, okay?
All right.
That's how it happens, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everything on the telly, I can't look what it was. The film.
Yeah.
I'll speak to you later, alright?
Yeah. Okay, Mum. Love you, Mum.
Hey?
Love you, Mum.
Love you too, Gord.
I know.
Alright, bye then.
Bye then.
I find it very satisfying to know that I've done my job well, and as a result of that, the public has been protected and the perpetrator of a crime has been penalised for that crime.
Keeping us safe, fighting to keep the most vulnerable among us free from exploitation, and ensuring that justice prevails.
I think it's fitting that having deprived these men and women of their liberty for so long and control their lives, they're now actually going to be facing loss of their liberty for such a long period and having their lives controlled by other people.
A new two-parter this week to join the full collection on iPlayer. Silent Witness, press red now. Here tonight, BBC One at 9, new Sort Your Life Out with Stacey Solomon. It's surprising just how emotional it can be.
This job is going to spit you out.
One looking rather admirable. Lots. I didn't expect flowers, though.
You could have told him to rein it in after cause all that drama.
Waterloo Road. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Lewis Capaldi! Why are you taking these photos? Well, that was from the ground.
Michael McIntyre's Big Show continues Saturday at 6:50 on BBC One and iPlayer.
The Call of the Lakes. We're heading off to Cumbria with Holmes Under the Hammer in half an hour. Here's our top team first to keep us on the ball.
Out of pocket or shortchanged, no one likes getting a bad deal.
But knowing who to trust with your hard-earned cash can be tough.
How dare they try and take that away? So when you think you've lost out, Rip-Off Britain is here to help.
We'll be investigating the companies that you say are letting you down. Somebody needs to take responsibility, get it fixed.
And we're taking on the scammers causing heartache and misery.
They're using that as a way to extort money out of people.
So whether it's a genuine mistake or a blatant rip-off, we're here to help you find out what you can do about it.
This is Rip-Off Britain. Hello and welcome to Rip-Off Britain, the programme that fights your corner when it really feels like no one else is going to. And of course, that feeling can be made even worse when the very people who've let you down or left you significantly worse off are those that you genuinely trusted in the first place.
And indeed, that's the thread that's running throughout today's programme, in which people thought they were doing right because they were being guided through a big purchase or an otherwise risky investment by someone they truly thought had their back and would keep them safe. But in reality, they were being duped. And whether it's a case of downright skullduggery, simple incompetence, or a dreadful mix-up, you're the one on the receiving end, out of pocket and bruised from the experience. But one thing's for sure, once you've watched today's show, you'll be armed with plenty of advice on how to make sure that in the future, no one takes advantage of you. Coming up, how trusting a friend on social media saw this woman hundreds of pounds down and locked out of her account.
I couldn't access anything on my phone and I started to have a complete panic attack. I couldn't breathe.
And the Facebook group sellers whose products never materialise.
It has changed me that I'm never buying any expensive items online. Never ever. Like definitely 100%.
Next to a new scam that we really want to warn you about, it's an investment swindle that very cleverly plays out in videos posted on social media. But the people in these videos aren't strangers or even the supposed experts behind the investment. They're your own friends, lured into the scam themselves and embroiled in a chain of deceit that leaves everyone worse off and feeling guilty for perpetuating this cynical fraud. As the ads for social media giant Snapchat say, it's all about real friends. While for Instagram, it's all about ambition. But for Alex on Snapchat and Nicole on Instagram, the friends turned out to be not so real, and the ambition led them into the open arms of fraudsters. For Nicole Reeves from Bristol, it all started in December 2021, when a friend was waxing lyrical about an investment scheme called the Money Flip, which turned his small initial stake into big money and fast.
I was scrolling through Instagram, and on one of the stories that came up, it was a friend, and in the video he was saying how much he appreciated this money flip, how he gained a lot of money and how he was very happy and it turned his life around.
Her friend said the money flip exploited fluctuations in the global currency market, and his original £500 investment had quickly become £5,000. Well, it felt like an opportunity Nicole really needed at the time.
I was financially struggling and it was really hard. It was just almost like an answer that I was praying for, and it was my friend. And, I wouldn't have looked twice if it was somebody I didn't know.
So she messaged him.
I said, hey, I've just come across your video, and I'm just wondering if you can tell me a bit more about it. He said, oh, hi, Nick, hope you're well. And it's brilliant. It's legit. You should definitely hook this person up.
He said she should message someone called Shani Powell. And when she checked out the profile, it contained numerous glowing endorsements of Money Flip, all of which gave Nicole even more confidence. There are many accounts on Instagram using the name Shani Powell. Some of them will be genuine, but this particular one was not.
I just thought, wow, it's got to be real. These videos go back a couple of years, and there was likes on them. It was just all over her profile how she's helped so many people.
When Nicole sent Shani a message, one of the investor's employees explained the whole thing and said that just like her friend, all Nicole needed for the first step was £500. So she transferred the money and waited. Half an hour later, they were back in touch with great news. Nicole had been chosen to receive a special £20,000 bonus, but to unlock it, she needed to pay a further £740. It was money that Nicole could ill afford.
I took the last bit of money in my account and I took the last part of money in my husband's account. I wanted it to be a surprise, and I wanted to say, oh, look, I've done this great thing. We're going to be all right. Everything's going to be fine, and we're going to be able to move. Sorry.
But that wasn't all they wanted. Next, and before Nicole's apparently huge investment gains could be transferred into her account, someone who worked for Shani Powell asked Nicole to record a video endorsing the whole money flip process, just as a friend had.
Hi everyone. I just wanted to hop on and just say thanks to Shani Powell. When I was making the video, I was absolutely a bag of nerves, and they did ask me to film it multiple times because I was getting my words mixed up.
With the video in the bag, there was one final hurdle between Nicole and her cash. She needed to provide her Apple ID, her password, and the one-time passcode in order to verify her identity. Well, Nicole felt trapped into agreeing to something that felt wholly wrong.
I thought, oh my God, everything in my body said, you don't give them this. It didn't feel right, but at the same time, I had to get the money.
So Nicole handed it all over, and in a flash, everything changed.
I can remember having my phone in my hand, and in front of my eyes, I was being logged out of Instagram. I was being logged out of my Apple ID. PayPal messages were coming up saying there's been a data breach, and I couldn't access anything on my phone, and I started to have a complete panic attack. I couldn't breathe.
No wonder, because it soon became clear that the whole thing was a scam. Not only had Nicole lost £1,240, but by sending them her password, she'd handed the fraudsters control of her social media accounts. And then things became even more terrifying. Nicole watched as her own Instagram account was being used to post the endorsement video she had recorded, in which she was promoting the money flip to all her followers. And then the reality of how she'd been drawn into it dawned when she thought of the video that her friend had posted.
I just thought, oh my God, he's had exactly the same thing happened. He's made a video, he's lost money, he must have lost money. And it started to all piece together in my head.
Now her video was up and running with the scammers, and they posted it to all her followers.
I started to receive messages from friends and family saying, I've had a message from you on Instagram with a video. It's on your newsfeed and it's on your story on Instagram saying that you've done a money flip and an investment.
Nicole and dozens of her friends tried to report the issue to Instagram but found it impossible.
All I kept getting back was a message saying our bot doesn't think it goes against any community standards. Therefore, you can either block or unfollow this account. And it was awful because it was my account, and I'm trying to tell them and warn them. And Instagram to me sounds like they don't want anything to do with it.
It took something like 2 months before Nicole finally got her hacked account shut down, and she says she won't be using the platform anymore. It's not clear how widespread the money flip scam has become, but one thing is for sure, it's aimed squarely at young, tech-savvy social media users. It's an age group that scammers are increasingly seeing as easy targets. According to research by the local government association, 20% of 16 to 34-year-olds have been scammed in recent years, compared to just 4% of over 55s. 19-year-old semi-pro cyclist Alex Bosley from Oxfordshire fell victim to the money flip scam back in November 2021. He went through exactly the same process as Nicole, starting with a friend's glowing endorsement, this time on Snapchat, which led to a link on Instagram, a £200 bank transfer, and finally ended when Alex handed over the password for his Instagram account. I would never in a million years hand over my password to anybody. So why on earth would you hand that over?
He really sold it to me. He kept reassuring me, he kept sending positive messages, which just kept making me fall for it. It was just a bad judgment call.
Now in control, the scammers turned Alex's social media account into their own weaponized endorsement machine, targeting the thousands of fans who closely followed his cycling career and selling them on the idea that money flip could make them big cash fast. What did they start to post?
They're trying to pretend it's still me on my account, saying, oh yeah, I'm making so much money off cryptocurrencies and I'm living this really good life with Lamborghinis and spending thousands of pounds on meals out.
It duped many of Alex's followers, and some lost thousands of pounds. How much are we talking about here overall?
Upwards of 100,000. I still can't get exact figures. I know there are still people out there who have been a victim of it, but still haven't reached out to me or can't reach out to me.
How did you feel watching yourself on your Instagram?
Pretty exposed, I'll be honest, and distraught really, knowing it was all my fault.
Eventually, after 3 months of badgering Instagram, Alex was finally able to get back control of his account. But it's unclear if any of his friends will recover the thousands of pounds they have lost. Tech journalist Isabel Asher Hamilton feels that the tech giants could be doing a whole lot more to help its users report a scam like this.
A lot of the time they seem to be relying on automated systems, AI, and the main thing I suppose that they could do would be to employ more people and throw more money behind the problem, where someone can very quickly get in touch with a real person who can look at the case in depth forensically quickly and shut it down.
When we contacted Instagram, it reminded us that its parent company, Meta, has donated £3 million to Citizens Advice to help them set up a UK anti-online scams initiative. It then went on to say that it's against its policies to promote or facilitate investment of financial scams, which promise high rates of returns, and that it encourages everyone to keep their accounts safe. Meanwhile, Snapchat said using its platform for illegal or fraudulent activity is against its terms of service, and added that it removes any accounts attempting this behavior as soon as it's made aware of them, with the majority responded to within 24 hours. It said its reviewers were trained to recognize and remove content that promotes money flipping. It advises users to never share passwords or login details, adding that if someone is asking for these, it probably is a scam, and that suspicious behavior can be reported through the in-app tools. Back in Bristol and more than £1,200 out of pocket, Nicole is still getting over the whole ordeal. But this scam has a particularly cruel sting in its tail. The video she recorded endorsing Money Flip is still out there, and she fears it could still be luring in more unwitting targets.
It makes me feel really sick. The thought that somebody else is going to look at it, watch that video, and potentially go through what I've had to go through, it just breaks my heart.
Welcome to the Virtual Advice Clinic, your home for on-the-spot advice. However big or small your complaint may be, our experts are here to help.
Great news there, Marion. I'm over the moon.
In the clinic today is consumer champion Martin James and tech guru David McClellan. And looking for help is Joe Abeda from Epsom.
Hello, Joe. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Hi.
In November 2021, Joe snapped up this TV cabinet for £37.23 on eBay, but it never arrived. The courier, Hermes, sent a picture to prove it had safely delivered it, but that revealed there was a big problem.
That house was white door. Our house is black door. I went back to the seller and I told them, this is not our door. And I sent them the picture. They did not respond. I contacted eBay. eBay said, you received the tracking and that's it. We are not responsible anymore.
So Joe turned to Hermes, which sent another photo from the same delivery. Now Joe knew exactly whose front door it was, his neighbour's.
And that picture was again of a door that was white and not our house. And the owner of that house said, we did not receive anything from Hermes.
It sounds like Hermes have been sending you on a bit of a wild goose chase here, Joe, I'm afraid to say. And Martin, it seems very clear to me that eBay should be acting on behalf of Joe here because he's got the photos that prove the product was not delivered to his door. Surely eBay should be able to see this case for what it is.
Absolutely, David. Ultimately, one of the points of buying through a site like eBay is they have a buyer and seller disputes process. And as part of that, they should look at both sides of the argument, as you very clearly said, and work out, where something has gone wrong.
In my opinion, eBay should push the seller to solve this issue, and they should be responsible. It's not a matter of money. It's a very small amount. But it's a matter of principle that you paid for something you did not receive. You're supposed to be getting a refund.
After 5 months, Joe did hear back from the seller, who he'd contacted to resolve matters in the first place. But their solution was not what Joe was looking for.
The seller contacted me and said, how about sharing the loss of 50-50? I told them, I'm not interested in £15 or £20. I'm interested in that you get me the full refund.
Well, when we picked this up with both eBay and Every, which is the new name for Hermes, there was a bit of to and fro. eBay told us that in situations like this, it asks for a proof of non-delivery before processing the refund, but the delivery firm didn't send one. Every, meanwhile, said that eBay had never asked for this proof, but that it would have provided it had it been requested. Either way, there's good news for Joe. eBay is giving him his money back.
They've come back to us and said that as a gesture of goodwill, they're very happy to offer you a full refund for the TV cabinet. How does that make you feel?
Well, that's good. Thank you very much for getting into this case. Without your assistance, probably it wouldn't have been solved.
I'm really pleased that we managed to get a good resolution for you.
Cheers, Joe. Bye-bye.
Whether you want to share the interests or hobbies that make you tick, for me, for instance, it's sci-fi and tennis, or you just enjoy talking to people who know where you're coming from, there's a social media community for all of us. Somewhere where you can meet like-minded individuals without having to worry that you're being judged. But if you are in a group like that, do be careful how much you let your guard down. From skydiving to sourdough, garden gnomes to crazy golf, there's a Facebook group for lovers of pretty much anything. And for NHS worker Rose Marrock, her passion is collecting handbags.
Each and every bag that I have a story attached to it. Like this one I use for when we go for Indian weddings. This was the very first bag that my husband bought for me for my first Christmas here. And it will always be the most special bag.
But it was only during the pandemic, when the shops were closed, that Rose turned to a Facebook group for handbag lovers. And before long, she found friends in the group.
It's not just buying or selling, people discuss about the bags. I did start to feel like becoming a bit of a friendly relationship, and we started discussing a bit of the personal life as well.
As well as being a place to share all things handbag related, some members traded bags through weekly auctions, which took place in a breakaway WhatsApp group run by one of the Facebook group's members. Quite often, Rose couldn't resist bidding on some of the items.
The first few weeks, I absolutely enjoyed it. I had the rush of every Friday was like, oh, so the auction's coming out. So it totally disturbs me because I'll lose my bid. The first item that I bidded on was a wallet. I bought it, received it within 4 days. Like it was pretty quick, and I was very impressed with it.
And Rose felt safe knowing her friends in the group were doing the same.
So for me, it was very important to give it to someone who I know I can trust. And more than anything, it's authentic because there are a lot of fakes out there.
But Rose isn't the only designer handbag lover in her family. Her sister, Prabjot, who lives in the US, also shares the passion. And one of the bags in the Facebook group caught her eye.
My sister messaged me and said, there is this bag up for sale. She just literally posted it. I want it. I want to have it.
At an eye-watering £2,500, the must-have bag wasn't cheap. But the seller said Prabjot could avoid additional fees if she transferred the money through PayPal's Friends and Family service. It's instant and works just like a bank transfer. But unbeknown to the sisters, it doesn't come with any protection.
We didn't think there was any risk because we know that things been delivered before, so why we doubt now?
The bag was due to be delivered to Rose in November 2021, just a few weeks before Prabjot was due to visit from the US. But November came and went, as did Prabjot's visit, and still no bag.
I was feeling really guilty that my sister came all the way over here and she trusted me to trust this person.
Then the seller delivered another blow. They were going out of business, and the revelation had the Facebook group up in arms.
I found out there was more than 60, 70 ladies who were affected by all this. I was shocked. So I was like, there's no way I'm getting this back.
When we spoke to the seller, they told us that, in common with many other sole traders, they did allow customers to use PayPal's regular payment route rather than Friends and Family, if they agreed to pay the associated fees, adding that PayPal itself warns users of the risks involved before they pay, so they cannot be held responsible for the choice any customer made. They told us that the business ceased trading due to the pressure on the retail industry over the last 2 years. They said they had advised anyone who'd paid by card to seek a refund through their bank, and told others they would respond to any claims or civil actions customers felt necessary in order to get their money back. The seller added that closing the business had caused immense stress. As a sole trader, they were in the process of applying for bankruptcy, so anyone to whom the business owed money will be contacted by the official receiver in due course. As well as businesses targeting the like-minded members of certain Facebook groups, scammers are also on the prowl, as Madison XL from Kent knows all too well. She helps run a Facebook group for anyone dotty about Dachshunds, just like her.
I have 3 sausage dogs. They're called Darwin, Denver, and Darla. I love their characteristics and their mannerisms, and they're such loving dogs themselves. I do love the group a lot. The people in it are just so comforting, and it's almost quite family orientated. You're all sharing the same passion, which makes it easier to look after everyone.
The group has almost 4,000 members, and Madison is one of 5 administrators who work hard to keep the group safe. And that includes approving every new member and making sure that they follow the rules.
We do not allow anyone to advertise puppies or dogs on this group, but we do allow photos of your gorgeous puppies and litters. You do feel a big sense of responsibility to look after everyone and make sure that what's in the group is supposed to be in the group. We don't just accept anyone, and we have a couple of questions that they must answer before they are even accepted. And we also look at people's profiles and just get an idea of, do they have a dog? Why are they interested?
But despite all that, fraudsters still make it through the group's defences. Group member Emily was targeted in January 2021.
I can see you've got your 2 little sausage George in the back there.
I have. They don't really leave my side. You know what they're like. So I thought I'd bring them along.
Emily and another member of the group had started commenting on each other's posts, and not long after, Emily got a direct message from them saying that their dog had just had a litter and offered to sell Emily one of the puppies, which they claimed was registered with the Kennel Club, which registers pedigree puppies.
I'd said, are they KC registered? Asked all the right questions.
Yeah.
And she'd sent pictures, videos. I'd had all sorts come through. So really, really what you would expect to be legitimate.
Emily paid £150 deposit, but when it came to picking up the dog, the person suddenly disappeared.
My heart just kind of sank. I was so excited to get a new puppy.
Oh, that's such a shame. It's just devastating what happened to you.
For the rest of the day, we were really upset and trying to do anything we could to claw the money back.
Like Rose, Emily had used PayPal's Friends and Family service. But as consumer rights expert Martin James says, its lack of protection left them both exposed.
PayPal is one of the world's most popular ways of paying for things. They have a buyer dispute policy, and if things go wrong, you can even go to the Financial Ombudsman for free. The problem with PayPal Friends and Family is it's not covered by the buyer dispute program that they have. And that means if you use it to transfer money to a stranger, you won't be able to get that money back and you won't be able to take the matter further.
Martin says before you hand over cash to an individual on social media, do your homework.
Just in the same way as you would check out any shop to see if it was legit, always go and see if the person who's selling you goods and services has a web page, if they're taking cards like debit or credit cards, and what to do if things go wrong. Remember, debit card and credit card payments can usually be recalled. Any other method, it's very difficult to get your money back.
But with thousands of members and many new requests to join the group every week, Madison worries that the efforts the group's administrators and many members make to keep fraudsters out just aren't enough.
It's challenging, and one person can't find every scammer in the group. You're not going to be able to constantly 24/7 watch every single bit of activity.
When we spoke to Facebook's parent company, Meta, about this, it told us fraudulent activity is not allowed on Facebook and that it will remove content which violates its policies, including in public and private groups. Facebook says it's committed to fighting scams on its platform and that it's launched a campaign to help people spot scams, as well as joining Stop Scams UK to help identify and remove scams at source. It also says it continues to invest in tools to help group admins like Madison manage their members and added that it's made a number of changes which will help reduce the ability of members who break the rules to reach others in their communities. While Rose's loss has nothing to do with fraud, she still regrets putting her trust in the seller that she met through Facebook, and she's now steering well clear of Facebook groups in the future.
I think that trust is gone. I don't think I would ever trust somebody unless I know the person. I can meet them, I can sit down with them, I can have a discussion with them. I don't think I'll just trust any online group to buy something from.
Well, I'm afraid that's all we've got time for today. It's been a jam-packed programme, I must say. And we really do hope that you've taken away plenty of tips on how to keep more of your money where it really belongs, in your pocket.
And of course, that's exactly where it should be, and really what we're all about. But we wouldn't be able to do any of it without you getting in touch with us in the first place and sharing your stories. So please do keep them all coming in. You can email us at ripoffbritain@bbc.co.uk, or indeed, you can write to us, Rip Off Britain, BBC Bridge House, Media City UK, Salford N50 2BH.
You can also, of course, remember, get in touch via our Facebook page. You just have to search for BBC Rip Off Britain. And, with so many ways to send us your stories, there's really no excuse for not doing it, is there? Because the team really do read all of your letters and emails, so please do get in touch with your thoughts, whether the stories are big or small. We really want to hear from you. But for now, thanks for your company, and we will see you again very soon. Until then, from all of us, goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
On BBC Sounds, check the Martin Lewis podcast, broadband and mobile.
Didn't get the chance to. And I'm trying to choose what I chose to do. So easy on me. There ain't no room for things to change when we are all so deeply stuck in our ways. You can't deny how hard I tried. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to. And I'm trying to choose what I chose to
Robert's got a quick hand. He'll look around the room, he won't tell you his plan. He's got a rolled cigarette hanging out his mouth. He's a cowboy kid, yeah. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks who better run, outrun Malcolm. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks who better run, faster than my bullet. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks who better run, faster than my bullet. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks who better run, outrun Malcolm. Daddy works a long day. He be coming home late, and he's coming home late, and he's bringing me a surprise. 'Cause dinner's in the kitchen and it's packed in nice. I've waited for a long time, and this light in my hand is now a quick pull trigger. Our reason in my cigarette. And say your hair's on fire, you must have lost your wits, yeah. All the other kids with the pumped up kids, you better run. Out from my gun, all the other kids with the pumped up kids, you better run. Faster than my bullet, all the other kids with the pumped up kids, you better run. Faster than my bullet, all the other kids with the pumped up kids, you better run. Out from my
Take me where you cannot leave me. Blind your heart till you only see me. I make you lose control of your feelings. And if you wait too long, it will end bad, so bad. You should end it before I do. I don't wanna make you cry, but I will if I have to. You want my love, but I cannot give you what you're looking for. If you let me in, I will break your heart. Boom, boom, la, 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 boom, boom, la, 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 boom, boom, la, la. I'll break your heart. Boom, boom, la, 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 boom, boom, la, 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 la. I'll break your heart. Boom, boom, la, 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 boom, boom, la, 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 boom, boom, la, la. I'll break your heart. Boom, boom, la, 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 boom, boom, la, 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 boom, boom, la, la. I'll break your heart. Breathe me in, you need that feeling. Taste my lips until you're bleeding. Oh, come and love me like I gave you reason. But if you walk this road, it will end bad, so bad. You should end it before I do. I don't wanna make you cry, but I will if I have to. You want my love, but I cannot give you what you're looking for. If you let me in, I will break your heart. Boom, boom, la, 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 la. Boom, boom, la, 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 la. Boom, boom, la, la. I'll break your heart. Boom, boom, la, 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 la. Boom, boom, la, la, la. Boom, boom, la, la. I'll break your heart. Boom, boom, la, la, la. Boom, boom, la, la, la. Boom, boom, la, la. I'll break your heart. Boom, boom, la, la, la. Boom, boom, la, la, la. Boom, boom, la, la. I'll break your heart. Boom, boom, la, la, la. Boom, boom, la, la, la. Boom, boom, la, la. I'll break your heart.
You know the bed feels warmer, sleeping here alone. You know I dream in color and do the things I want. You think you got the best of me, think you had the last laugh, makes you think that everything good is gone. Think you left me broken down, think that I come running back. Baby, you don't know me 'cause you're dead wrong. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fire. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. You heard that I was starting over with someone, but told you I was moving on. I'm over you. You didn't think that I come back, I come back swinging. You tried to break me, but you see, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fire. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. I'm alone. My electric colors the city that never sleeps. When I love sun, my leg rush, rejuvenescent, hello drug. Fall on my voice like a melody. Meet me outside like smoke white tea. Fall on my voice like a melody. Meet me outside, side, 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 side. I dream of how to dance. Hold you with one of my hands. I'm high, you tug on my lips. We love everything that is true. We'll never grow old. 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 When I love some, my electric, I'm trying to teach you, you're drowning me. When I love some, my leg high, so much for racing, it's gonna cut. Fall on my voice like a melody. Meet me outside like smoke white tea. Fall on my voice like a melody. Meet me outside, side, side, side. We'll never grow old. 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 We'll never grow
I wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world. They were smiling when I turned to you. Are the greatest. My ones who told me haters. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Share the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. My enemy. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Share the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. My enemy. Your words up on the wall, it's praying from afar, and the laughter in the hall, and the names that I've been called. I stack it in my mind, and I'm waiting for the time when I show you what it's like to be worshiped in the mind. I want you to turn me haters. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Share the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. My enemy. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Share the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. My enemy.
In the ice, like a blizzard. When we drink, we do it right. Getting slizzard, sipping scissor. Am I right? Am I right? Like 3-6. Now I'm feeling so fly, like a G6. Like a G6, like a G6. Now I'm feeling so fly, like a G6. Like a G6, like a G6. Now I'm feeling so fly, like a G6, 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 like a G6. Now I'm feeling. Now I'm feeling like a cheese, like a cheese, like a cheese, like a cheese, like a cheese. I'm feeling so fly, like a cheese, like a cheese, like a cheese. I'm feeling so fly, like a cheese. Getting bottles in the ice, like a blizzard. When we drink, we do it right. Getting slizzard, sipping scissor. Am I right? Am I right? Like a 3-6. Now I'm feeling so fly, like a G6.
Hell yeah. Drink it up, drink it up. Sober girls around me, they be acting like they drunk. They be acting like they drunk, acting like they drunk. But when sober girls around me, they be acting like they drunk.
Been bottles in the ice, like a blizzard. When we drink, we do it right. Getting slizzard, sipping scissor. Am I right? Am I right? Like 3-6. Now I'm feeling so fly, like a G6. Like a cheese, like a cheese, like a cheese, like a G6, like a G6. I'm feeling so fly, like a G6, like a G6, like a G6. I'm feeling so fly, like a G6, like a cheese, like a cheese, like a cheese. Like a cheese, like a cheese, like a cheese, like a cheese. Your little brother never tells you, but he loves you so. You said your mother only smiled on her TV show. You're only happy when your sorry head is filled with dope. I hope you make it to the day you're 28 years old. You're dripping like a saturated sunrise. You're feeling like an overflowing sink. You're ripped at every edge, but you're a masterpiece. And now you're tearing through the pages and the ink. Everything is blue. His pills, his hands, his jeans. And now I'm covered in the colors, pulled apart at the seams. And it's blue. And it's blue. Everything is gray. His hair, his smoke, his dreams. And now he's so devoid of color, he don't know what it means. And he's blue. And he's blue. You were a vision in the morning when the light came through. I know I've only felt religion when I've lied with you. You said you'll never be forgiven, so your boys are too. And I'm still waking every morning, but it's not with you. You're dripping like a saturated sunrise. You're spilling like an overflowing sink. You're ripped at every edge, but you're a masterpiece. And now you're tearing through the pages and the ink. Everything is blue. His pillows, his hands, his cheeks, and now I'm covered in the colors, pulled apart at the seams, and it's blue, and it's blue. Everything is gray. His hair, his smoke, his drinks, and now he's so devoid of color, he don't know what it means, and he's blue, and he's blue. Hope to die to my lover, another lie. Still be true, I swear I'll try. In the end, it's him and I. He's out his head, I'm on my mind. We got that love, the crazy kind. I am his, and he is mine. In the end, it's him and I, him and I. Oh, oh. In the end, it's him and I, him and I. Oh, oh. In the end, it's him and I. Oh, oh. In the end, it's him and I, him and I. Oh, oh. In the end, it's him and I. Oh, in the end, it's him and I, him and I. In the end, it's him and I. I swear I hope to die to you and never let go. You I take a life, it's him and I swear. Cross my hope to die, this is alright or die. You can confide in me, there's no hiding, I swear. Cross my heart, hope to die to my lover, another lie. Still be true, I swear I'll try. In the end, it's him and I. He's out his head, I'm on my mind. We got that love, the crazy kind. I am his, and he is mine. In the end, it's him and I, him and I. Oh, oh. In the end, it's him and I, him and I. Oh, oh. In the end, it's him and I. Oh, in the end, it's him and I, him and I. In the end, it's him and I. I'm still awake, ready to drive through the night. Wish I could turn my feelings off like a lie. The way it hurts, I don't know how we could die one day. You say, I'm sorry, you never had to worry. I'm changing up the story and it's all in my head. We had it, you're everything I wanted. Been taking us for granted, all the things that we said. You were my paradise, my heaven in disguise. I had to watch it all go away. I got you memorized, guess still I fantasize of every moment back in LA. Oh. To pretend I wasn't broken or a mess in the end. I never thought that I would call you a friend today. And you say, I'm sorry, you never had to worry. I'm changing up the story and it's all in my head. We had it, you're everything I want. Been taking us for granted, all the things that we said. You were my paradise, my heaven in disguise. I had to watch it all go away. I got you memorized, guess still I fantasize of every moment back in LA. Oh, I fantasize about us. Oh, I fantasize paradise, my heaven in disguise. I had to watch it all go away. I got you memorized, can still I fantasize of every moment back in LA. Oh.
Every time you come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight had something wonderful. My bad habits lead to late nights and being alone. Conversations with a stranger, I bet you know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use, but do my bad habits lead to why you stare in space? And I know I lose control of the things that I say, and I was looking far away, but now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two, it's true. It's true, my bad habits lead to every pure intention ends when the good times start. Falling over everything to reach the first time spot. It started under neon lights and then it all got dark. I only know how to go too far. My bad habits lead to late nights and being alone. Conversations with a stranger, I bet you know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use, but do my bad habits lead to why you stare in space? And I know I lose control of the things that I say, and I was looking far away, but now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two, it's true, my bad habits lead to you.
I heard that you settled down, that you found a girl and you're married now. I heard that your dreams came true. Yes, you gave me this. I've been gifted you. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Sometimes it hurts to love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it hurts to love, but sometimes it hurts instead. You know how the time flies only. Yesterday was the time of our lives. We were born and raised in a summer haze, bound by the surprise of our glory days. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Sometimes it hurts to love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it hurts to love. Legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll run into smoke when the fire is fierce. I will pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming? That's your name. Legends never die. They become part of you. Every time you play for legends never die. They're written down in eternity, but you'll never see the price it costs. Scars collected all their life. When everything's lost, they pick up their hearts and avenge defeat. Before it all starts, they suffer through harm just to touch a dream. I will pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming? That's your name. Legends never die. They become part of you. Every time you play for legends never die.
I see this life like a swinging vine. Swing my heart across the line. In my face is flashing signs. Seek it out and ye shall find. Oh, but I'm not that old, young, but I'm not that bold. And I don't think the word is sold. I'm just doing what we're told. I feel something's alright, doing the right thing. And I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing. I couldn't lie, couldn't lie, couldn't lie. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Yeah, oh. I feel your love, and I feel it burn. Let her burn, make that money, watch it burn. Oh, but I'm not that old. The word is told, we're just doing what we told. And I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing. I couldn't lie, couldn't lie, couldn't lie. Everything that drowns surrounds me makes me wanna fly. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been playing hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been playing hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars.
Got a strong belief. My love has got no faith. He's got a strong belief. My love has got no money. He's got a strong belief. Want more and more. People just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more. People just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for. What he's looking for. What he's looking for, more and more. Na 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 free from desire, not a change is purified, free from desire. Not a change is purified, free from desire. Not a change is purified, free from desire. Lucky you burn so far away, so we could both make fun of this. And lucky that I love a foreign landfall, the lucky fact of your existence. Baby, it would climb the endless only to come a fragrance on your body. Never could imagine there were only so many ways to love somebody. Can't you see? I'm at your feet. Whenever, wherever we're meant to be together, I'll be there and you'll be near. And that's the deal, my dear. You're over, whenever, have to wonder if you know we stay here. And that's the deal, my dear. Yeah, 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 yeah. So yeah, it's fine. Yeah, 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 yeah. To get here up. Yeah, 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 yeah. So yeah, it's fine. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the deal, my dear. Lucky that my lips not only mumble, they feel kisses like a fountain. Lucky that my breasts are small and humble, so you don't confuse them with mountains. Lucky I shine lights like my mother, to run for cover when I'm needed. And they say I step for no other, today you live will cry a river. At your feet, I'm at your feet. Whenever, wherever we're meant to be together, I'll be there and you'll be near. And that's the deal, my dear. It's nothing like this. If you really feel the way I feel, yeah, 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 yeah. So yeah, it's fine, yeah, 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 yeah. So yeah, here I am. Yeah, 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 yeah. So yeah, it's fine, yeah, 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 yeah. That's the deal, my dear. La 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 la. La 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 la. Think it loud. Say it again. La 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 la. Tell me one more time that you live. Lost in my eyes. Oh, oh. I got breaking news and it's not about oh, oh. been breaking hearts too, and I learned it all from you. I got my fire highs on, feel like Wonder Woman. That's when you want all in, but I'm not your woman. When my lipstick pops and I feel like Monroe, that's when you want me more. I got breaking news and it's not about you. I've been breaking hearts too, and I learned it all from you. I got my fire highs on, feel like Wonder Woman. That's when you want all in, but I'm not your woman. When my lipstick pops and I feel like Monroe, that's when you want me more. I'm not out of sight. I'm not gonna cry. Won't give you what you want, cause I look way too good tonight. I'm not out of salt. Tears are running dry. Won't give you what you want, cause I look way too good tonight. Uh-oh, when I'm about to celebrate, push my head into the cake no more. Uh-oh, you're the snake pulling my arm, like my snakes can Saint Laurent. I got my thigh highs on, feel like Wonder Woman. That's when you want all in, but I'm not your woman. When my lipstick pops and I feel like Monroe, that's when you want me more. Oh, I'm all out of soul. I'm not gonna cry. I'll give you what you want, cause I look way too good tonight. I'm all out of soul. Tears are running dry. I'll give you what you want, cause I look way too good tonight. I walk a lonely road, the only one that I have ever known. Don't know. I walk this empty street on the boulevard of broken dreams, where the city sleeps and I'm the only one, and I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk up. My shadow's the only one that walks beside me. My shallow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone out there will find me. Till then I walk alone. I'm walking down the line that divides me somewhere in my mind. On the borderline of the edge and where I walk alone. Read between the lines, what's fucked up and everything's alright. Check my vital signs and know I'm still alive, and I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk alone, I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk up. My shadow's the only one that walks beside me. My shallow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone out there will find me. Till then I walk alone. I keep looking for something I can't get. Broken hearts lie all around me, and I don't see easy way to get out of this. The diary sits by the bedside table. The curtains are closed. Cats in the cradle. Who would have thought that a girl like me could come to this? Oh, I just died in your arms tonight. It must have been something you said. I just died in your arms tonight. Oh, I just died in your arms tonight. It must have been some kind of kiss. I should have walked away. I should have walked away. Is there any just cause for feeling like this? On the surface, I'm a name on the list. I try to be discreet, then blow it again. I've lost and found, it's my final mistake. She's loving by proxy, no give and all take. Cause I've been through to fantasy one too many times. Oh, I just died in your arms tonight. It must have been something you said. I just died in your arms tonight. Oh, I just died in your arms tonight. It must have been some kind of kiss. I should have walked away. I should have walked away. Let me be your woman. I can be your woman. Let me be your woman. I can be your woman. Let me be your woman. Woman. I can be your woman. Let me be your woman. I can be what you need. She gives them for coming up and to see. She can run from my family. No, my love and overlooked and unappreciated. You see, I can be your I can be your let me be your let me be your woman. I can be your woman. Let me be your woman. I can be your woman. Let me be your woman. I can be your woman. Let me be your woman. I can be your let me be your I can be your let me be your Where we'll forever be faded on the gold skies. See the smoke when the sun shines. Where we'll forever be faded on the gold skies. Captivated in your cold eyes. Where we'll forever be faded on the gold skies. Forever be faded on the gold. See the smoke when the sun shines. We will forever be faded on the gold skies. Captivated in your cold eyes. We will forever be faded on the gold skies. We will forever be faded on the gold skies. We will forever be faded on the gold skies. We will forever be faded on the gold skies. We will forever be faded on the gold skies. Coming up, got me down. You got all the stuff we found. Catch the sun, feel me now. We will live forever. Coming up, got me down. You got all the stuff we found. Catch the sun, faded on the gold skies.
I know I'm in over my head, a rebel and I'm done high. Remember all the words that you said. Even if the love was hurting, I'll be yours. I can feel the fire's burning. Give me more. So tell me what you feel, my love. 'Cause I can never get enough. And tell me what you feel, my love. Yeah, I could never live 'cause I'm needing to feel it. Let me feel your love. Tell me what you feel, my love. Yeah, I could never live 'cause I'm needing to feel it. So tell Cause I can never get enough. And tell me what you feel, my love. Yeah, I could never live 'cause I'm needing to feel it. Let me feel your love. 'Cause I can never get enough. And tell me what you feel, my love. Yeah, I could never live 'cause I'm needing to feel it. Let me feel your love.
gonna hurt if I warned you that the fire's gonna burn? Would you walk in? Would you let me do it first? Do it all in the name of love. Would you let me lead you even when you're blind? In the darkness, in the middle of the night, in the silence, when there's no one by your side. Do it all in the name of love. In the name of love.